about to explode like the flamingo. Need that green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well, I kid you not. I think you stop if you got to scheme, cause my team bring the steam like I wonder from my oasis. And the race is right, now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. We never let so approval. It meant the doctor dances cause our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive pennies speed of the foreign symbols all suspended sentence.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance cause I'm depressing your intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method. Yes, you guessed it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like a
Oh, I declare.
It's a state of emergency, the prison and a sense. So don't expect a reality, depend on humanity. If you're not forgiving, then you can't resist the skin. So give yourself a movement, it's still feel the more emotional you see.
Cross, cautiously. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never feel how I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things we do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
This is not mine. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, watch and smile. You make me sad all night. It's just the sight of you tonight that makes me sad all night. I'm gonna stay all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross nights and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us as star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Still singing Bible night before my praise on the bed. Way overhead, I see the crowd and flashing through the lights. I run to see the crowd and
The fun party tones of the Pie Tasters ring through the Deep End Studios at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. This is your full NFL Week 10 wagering breakdown all morning long. We welcome you. We are broadcasting live from Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America, on this lovely November the 10th, 2024. Still beautiful summer-like weather out there along these parts. Hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you're waking up across this world to tune into the Round Robin and prep for what is hopefully a big Week 10 NFL Sunday. In fact, winners on Thursday night. How about that already? We'll get to that in a second. But if you're new to the show, here is the gist of how things work around here. If you listen to other gambling shows or wagering podcasts, anything with the realm of sports betting, most of your programming, you will get information like find the best point spread, find the best line, shop for the best half a point, et cetera, et cetera. Let's find the best bet to win $100 off of a $100 bet. Not quite how things work around here. In fact, we get crucified for our style. But if you just kind of listen to the philosophy, it makes a lot of sense. What we do around here is we move the lines to where we want them. We find 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. Maybe we'll put them in different kinds of parlays, like a 3-game parlay, a 4-game parlay, 5-game parlay, hence the name Round Robin. We will, look for stuff like, plus 400 on the money line, even better at times. We've done 10-1 odds on certain plays. And we'll try to group some of these longer shot plays together in hopes of a big, nice, giant payday. The philosophy is that you can take your $10 and go down to your 7-Eleven
And the chances of you winning $500 on a lottery ticket are very, very, very slim. But we can take 3, 4, 5 touchdown scores or whatever it may be, running back receive yards, quarterback rush yards, interceptions, as was the case last Sunday with our winner. We can take those kinds of things, put them together, and if we hit 3 or 4 or 5, then we're going to turn that $10 or $20 that we're investing into a couple of thousand, 5,000, 8,000, maybe more. And, I get it. A lot of people say, yeah, those are losing bets. You're not going to win those all the time. Yeah, we don't win them all the time. That's the truth. But the case is, we're not going to lose $8,000 worth of $10 bets before we win again. We're going to win several times in that time frame of when that initial $10 would, what is that, 800 different bets? $10 to win $8,000. So we can lose $10 800 times before we break even if we win just once. You think we're going to find 3 or 4 or 5 touchdown scores in that meantime, in that 800 chance window? Absolutely. That's what we've done all season long. Winners on Thursday night already. We only 2 losing weeks, week 1 and week 3. Last week, you kind of call it a push, I would say, maybe. We'll still take the win since we had a couple of winning tickets. They just weren't giant tickets, but enough to free roll for the week. So that's a win. I mean, if you don't lose money in sports wagering, you have to consider that a win, to be honest. So winners on Thursday night, and get the family involved. That's what we do with the Ant-Man's lady, the fine Miss Lovely Mommy Megan, the mother of Babs. What she does is on Thursday nights, she'll do a little research. She'll pick out a touchdown score on each team, and via the Thursday night winner of Tanner Hudson and Rashad Bateman, that combo of a $10 2 touchdown player parlay paid out just over $500 on the winner for her second Thursday night win of the season, and her 7th since she started doing it about a quarter of the way into the season last year. So Mommy Megan with 7 winners here in probably the last 18 or 19 weeks of Thursday night NFL football. So impressive, to say the least. And we all get on board. We all know that she wins. So the Ant-Man's Northern crew, me, nephew Dave, we all tail the bet. And it has become lucrative for us as recently as Thursday night. So what we'll do with the show this morning is we'll go ahead and update you with the lines that we have currently. I got a little bit more work to do on the ticker. I'll get that up here on the screen when we get to Dave Del Grande in a minute. But we'll go through the lines right now. We'll talk about the weather, and then we will get my man from Castro Valley, California, Dave Del Grande. He works for Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst at Stat Factor. He is Mr. Fantasy himself. He covers the Golden State Warriors. He'll do articles for Deadspin. He provides fantastic knowledge and content for this program. So we'll start with him here in a few minutes, and then we'll come back into the studio. We'll talk Survivor Pool, and then we'll get into the full slate of all of the games with the Ant-Man, nephew Dave. We'll find our best plays for the afternoon. And I'll say this, it's been a little bit of tough sledding. Usually, Fridays and Saturdays, I start getting a little bit more clarity on these type of bets that I want to do. And there are definitely a few things out there that we like, for sure, but maybe not quite in bulk yet. And we'll find things as we go through the menu this morning. Ant-Man brought up a good point. We haven't had the super under day where everything is just an under. The sports books will sweep the board on all the player props because there's hardly any touchdowns scored on the day. If they are random players. Like last week was all kinds of random players scoring touchdowns. So you really had to think outside the box to get a win. So we're worried today might be that under kind of lower scoring day. But nonetheless, we're going to look through this whole menu and try to dissect things and find some good plays for us to get on board with this afternoon. We do have a game to start the morning. Oh, and also with Dave Del Grande, what we'll do, we'll find his primary ticket. We'll kind of get a B list of a ticket. We'll talk the AFC West games, the NFC West games, so we'll get the full West Coast perspective since he's out there, boots on the ground in San Francisco. And then we'll try to find the fun games, the higher scoring ping pong games we can jump on board with and find our best plays. All right, so what we'll do now is we'll go through the current lines. Let's see what kind of line movement we've had overnight, and we'll talk a little weather, and then we'll get on with Dave Del Grande. Then we'll get back in here into the studio right about 9:30 or so, right when we have an early game. Yep, early Sunday morning game in Munich, Germany, with the Giants and the Panthers. So we'll be able to watch that in the studio and follow that as we go through the program this morning. Okay, so to start things off, first off, weather-wise, I don't think we have any issues across the board. In fact, most of the places that we are playing at today are inside a dome or nice, beautiful East Coast weather. Even in Munich, it's cold, but no rain expected there. So weather, just know that is not a major issue as we're looking to go through the morning here in the afternoon. All right, full slate of games, line movement. Here we go. Giants are now 6.5-point favorites, 40.5. Again, that game is in Munich at 9:30. The Panthers have been bad. The secondary on the back end is terrible. They play a lot of high-scoring games. They did beat the Saints last week, although they were out-yardaged by a ton by New Orleans. Somehow Carolina managed to win that game. They will be, I think, the declared host in this one. It's Giants at the Panthers, although it's in Munich, and the Giants are the favorite here. The Giants losers against Washington last week joined that long list of teams who have lost to Washington. Back here stateside, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Low 60s, sunny skies, weather not an issue in Chicago with the Bears -6.5 hosting the Patriots, 38.5. The Bears with a bad loss in Arizona. I don't like the DJ Moore body language. I think he's going right to my fantasy bench. And a New England team that really hasn't thrown in the towel. They'll play you kind of feisty. They're a bad team, yes. Have they quit on their coach or quit on the season? No. Drake May, kind of fun to watch, and we'll see these two top 5 draft picks at quarterback duel each other out in Chicago this afternoon. The Bills, coming off the last second victory over Miami, will take their show on the road with some injuries to Indianapolis. They'll be indoors. We've made jokes on this program before about how the player's entrance at Lucas Oil Stadium says no defense is allowed, as the Colts games seem to be higher scoring games in Indianapolis. We'll see if the Bills and the Colts, a little bit of injury riddled Buffalo team, we'll see if they can put up some points on the road here, and Flacco and company can correct themselves off the bad Sunday night loss at Minnesota. So we'll see if we can get some points there at Lucas Oil. 3.5 for the Bills, 46.5 the total there. No weather issues in Jacksonville, where the Vikings will be in town, -6.5, 43.5. The Jaguars are as banged up as any team in the NFL right now. You would think that this would be a little bit of a cakewalk for Minnesota, but they're going to have to prove themselves on the road after stumbling a little bit here in recent weeks, although getting the win last Sunday against the Colts. They had that bad loss against the Rams on that Thursday night. We'll see if they can get a road victory today. Vikings, Jaguars, 6.5, 43.5. That line hasn't moved. I don't think any of these lines really have moved here in the last 24 to 48 hours from what I've seen so far. The Chiefs -7.5 will be hosting Denver, 41.5. They did have a college game in Arrowhead yesterday with Kansas and Iowa State. That was a later in the day game as well. So will the turf be chewed up a little bit? Probably is a little bit. Because I think they actually had a little bit of rain as well for that game. So Denver and the Chiefs, pay attention to field conditions there. Weather not an issue. this afternoon in Kansas City. We'll be indoors at the Caesars Superdome with the Saints and the Falcons. These teams have played already once. The Falcons are -3.5. 46.5 is the total in this game. I believe the Falcons beat them the last time out, right? Yeah, this is a game that played out about a month ago. The rematch here now in New Orleans. New Orleans getting a little healthier. I don't think they have Olave. I think that's what the Ant-Man told me. I mean, it is really hard to start to keep up with a lot of these injuries so that these teams have. And we're only through week 10. I mean, we still have get to week 18, the playoffs, etc. In fact, I got to get a little philosophy on the player that we'll talk about with Dave Del Grande when we get to Buffalo. Potentially with James Cook, the Bills as riddled as any team in the NFL last year in the playoffs. Have they learned their lesson a little bit to maybe sit some of their guys once they pull away with that AFC East? Maybe James Cook gets the reins pulled back a little bit on him, and they let that Ray Davis, who's been very good for them as a backup running back, come in and take some of the load off of Cook in an attempt to keep him healthy. So pay attention to the Ray Davis props. So that's a good one to kind of start with as we go through this menu and get you thinking on this Sunday morning. And that is the point of the program, is that we are providing this live content early on a Sunday for those of you traveling the interstates, sitting on your porch, drinking coffee, going to the Home Depot to get your morning chores done. You can put us on the phone or put us on the YouTube, on the TV, and listen all morning long and get some live gambling content and start getting some thoughts together for the games for yourself today. So Saints and Falcons. Saints now catching 3.5, 46.5 the total there. We'll get McCaffrey back, Christian McCaffrey. Can he get me 10 touchdowns to catch up on my 10 touchdown player ticket? We shall see. He has 8 weeks to do it. He's a plus 250 just to get 2 touchdowns today, which is a very low number. So they're expecting him to score, Christian McCaffrey. -6.5 for the 49ers. 50.5 is the total in this game. Another team injury riddled with Tampa Bay. They should have gone for 2. I know we've talked about it. You've heard about it all week. You have to try to insert the dagger in the end of that game with that 2-point conversion. Where Cincinnati, I think, could have gone to overtime, to be honest, against the Ravens on Thursday night. Tampa Bay needed to be the team going for 2 points last Monday. And a fun game as well in that Ravens-Cincinnati game, especially since we won on a ticket. It had a few other big live tickets as well, but we do get that one ticket to cash home with Tanner Hudson and Rashad Bateman touchdown scorers. This is a big game for the studio today. We actually have the Radford rugby team in town, or portions of it, guys I played with in the 90s. Steelers and Commander fans. So a little bit of a Steeler and Commander watch party. If you're out there and want to be part of the festivities and you're local to Virginia Beach and you're listening, you want to come hang out with the Radford guys and sit in the sports lounge, go ahead and message me. You're more than welcome. Should be a fun affair, as we'll have the Commanders and the Steelers on the Prime TV, 4 other TVs with games as well. Steelers catching 2.5, 44.5 for that game. Should be a fun one. I've been to a Steeler-Commander game. There will be plenty of Steeler fans on hand for sure. That's it for the early 1 p.m. Eastern time slate. 3 games at 4 o'clock window. In the 4 o'clock window, just one at 4:05. The other 2 will be at 4:25. But the one that starts earlier will be the Chargers and the Titans. The Titans winning in overtime over New England last week. The Chargers do a good job this year. They beat the Browns. You feel like they're getting a little bit better every week. I know Dave Del Grande kind of knocked on them a little bit, but they've been hanging in there, playing well coached. Herbert not making mistakes, running the ball, good defense, just simple football that the Chargers have been playing, and it's been paying dividends for them. They lay 7.5, 38.5. We'll get Will Levis back in at quarterback for Tennessee today. The Jets are in Arizona, an interesting game, one I want to have my eyes on for sure. Aaron Rodgers, can he get the job done here on the road with the Jets? They need it to hang in the playoff race The Cardinals have been feisty, man. I mean, we've talked about them on the show. They are not a pushover. They're not a bad team. Winning in Miami 2 weeks ago, thumping Chicago last week. Underdogs at home today, again, are the Cardinals. 1.5, 46.5. The Jets, the favorite. Actually, the Cardinals started as the favorite early in the week, and the money has swung all the way to the Jets on this. The Eagles laying 7.5 now. It was 7. Now it's 7.5 in Dallas, 43.5. Dak Prescott out for the season was the news yesterday. So no more Dak. Will we get Trey Lance involved? We'll have to look at to see if he pops on the board with an anytime touchdown scorer today, as it will be Cooper Rush for Dallas, the quarterback. Eagles rolling, playing nice. Coaching, I know they want to strangle their coach at this point, the fans. I mean, they really did blow a big lead last week, letting Jacksonville backdoor that point spread. So disappointed gamblers last week on part of the Eagles, but they have been winning games. The fun games may be at night this week on both of the nights. We get Nico Collins back for tennis or for the Texans, so that helps things for Houston's part. But they'll host the Lions. The Lions are a machine. -3.5, 49.5 in this game. And this total has gone up here in the last day or so. I think it was down at 47.5 the other day. And the final game on the board for tomorrow night is the Rams and the Dolphins. Tyreek Hill now popping up on the injury report with a wrist. Hopefully he'll get in there. This is a much funner game if Tyreek Hill is a part of it with the Rams and the Dolphins. Rams are rolling right now. All right, so that's the updated lines. A little bit about all the games. It looks like the total in the Lions and the Texans game is the one that has moved the most. All right, so I see we have a lot of viewers. We thank you for tuning in early this morning. What we'll go ahead and do now is we'll pop in my man Dave Del Grande from Castro Valley, California. He is a columnist with Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst at Stat Factor, the founder of MrFantasy.com, writer for Deadspin, covers the Golden State Warriors, knows all sports, knows NFL gambling, fantastic. He does a great job on our show, and we'll do our extended conversation with Dave right now. So without further ado, let's get to some NFC West stuff, some AFC West stuff. We'll try to find the fun games. We'll put together a nice ticket. We'll talk a tiny bit of NBA to start, so don't let that deter you right off the bat. Good game with the Celtics and the Warriors earlier in the week, which was a playoff type of game, so that was good to see. I got to ask him about that anyway, since he covers the Warriors. So bear with the slight NBA talk. We'll get into the meat of the NFL stuff, and then we'll be back here in the studio at about 9:30 a.m. watching the Giants and the Panthers. We'll do Survivor pick then. We'll do fantasy and every angle for every game. So without further ado, Mr. Dave Del Grande. You may have heard this or not. I thought it was funny. But I'll share it with you in case you haven't heard it. But I heard someone this week saying if they really wanted to punish Joel Embiid, that they would make him play 3 games instead of suspending him 3 games.
Hadn't heard that, but it is a odd time of year in the NBA. A lot of goofy things are already happening, and just once again demonstrating that you can't read too much into the first couple of months in the NBA. Heck, you might not be able to read too much into the full regular season in the NBA because the playoffs are such a monster that you have to be totally prepared for the playoffs. Otherwise, what you've done for 5 or 6 months is completely meaningless.
Just a little bit of basketball, then we'll go football. But I think this time last year, I was telling you how I thought there were a lot of really good teams, a lot of fun, exciting teams. I'm going to retract on that a little bit this season. there's a lot of mediocrity and honestly, not a lot of entertaining basketball. But I will say this: it was good to see what I thought your Warriors and the Celtics in what seemed like to me a playoff type of basketball game. The way that they were at least playing physical defensively in the first half, and obviously Boston chucking their threes, feast or famine. I mean, that can do you in at the end of the day. And also talking about this past summer on your Jason Tatum rant, there he is, of course, taking a technical foul with Derek White sitting right next to him, trying to get that 1 point. So,
actually, the joke from that game was when Tatum got a tee called on him, that he ran over and grabbed the ball and said, "I shoot all tees." Yeah, this is a completely different style of play for the Warriors than what we've seen in recent years. Heck, even in the whole Kerr era, it much more resembles a rebuilding team, Orlando or a Houston kind of team where they're just, the coach has convinced them, well, let's just go out and play hard every night and see what happens. And in the NBA these days, so many teams aren't necessarily playing their hardest or playing their best players. And you play hard enough, you got a chance to beat anybody, and you'll end up beating probably half the teams you're playing. And I think we're seeing that with the Warriors. Is they're not a young team, so it's kind of surprising to see I think they have the third oldest roster. It's kind of surprising to see what you would call a veteran team, really busting their butts in November. But it's like I said, and you mentioned it, it's refreshing. You just don't see this kind of play in the NBA in November very often, and certainly it's working for them so far.
Is this team grow? I asked you this last time. I mean, does this team have any kind of contendership in there? The national narrative is that they are legit number one in the West, and that they can be in the finals at the end. But you haven't said that, and you covered the team.
No, I don't. I can't imagine them not finishing fourth or fifth in the division once all is said.
Right.
And done.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, and we even saw this in the Boston game a little, and that is when they had played a really good first half. They got a lead. They were up, double digits in the third quarter, and then Boston took it a little more seriously. Boston, I thought, took control of the game by the end of the third quarter. And unfortunately, we've talked about Boston before. Boston just doesn't have great depth. And when they're missing Brown or Tatum, they're just not a really good team, because when Tatum left the court at the end of the third quarter and Boston was winning, and they had all this momentum, and the subs came in, and they didn't lose the game then, but they lost their momentum. I mean, they were the dominant team in the third quarter, and if Brown were there and were able to take up the scoring load that Tatum had done in the third quarter, Boston probably would have won that game fairly easily, but he wasn't there. And without him, they just don't have a really good offensive weapon. And the Warriors were able to, with their second unit, hang in there, and then make it a 5 or 6 minute game by the time Tatum came back in. And then, as we've seen so many times in his career, this is where you want Tatum. You want the ball in his hands in the last 2 minutes of a tight game, because he's going to screw it up more times than he's going to get it right. And sure enough, he missed his couple of shots, that he was making earlier. And the Warriors, they out-hustled them. I mean, Kevon Looney is someone who, at one point, the broadcaster was kind of puzzled by, gee, why is Looney playing and not Jackson Davis? Jackson Davis is, very exciting young player, but Looney's a smart big man,
right,
always in the right spot. He got He scored 2 baskets in the final 2 minutes on follow shots. I mean, critical baskets.
Yeah, it's fourth year now too, right? So he's kind of a seasoned player at this point.
Absolutely, and he just does. He's just typical of what the Warriors want every one of their players to be like, except for Curry this year. Is look, we're undermanned. Play smart, be in the right place, hustle, and then come sit down, and we'll put in somebody just like you to go in and do the same thing, and it all will revolve around Curry in the end. But we need everybody to buy in to this style of play, and it's just like I said. Usually, you don't see veteran teams buying into that kind of concept, and this is not a good team, but they have bought into the concept. At least we do, to this point. And it's like I said, it reminds me of a young up and coming team that's trying to prove itself. But this is a 3-time recent champ, 4-time recent champ that doesn't really need to prove itself, but it's playing like it does.
On the scale of 1 to 10, entertaining NBA so far up to this point of the season, 10 being entertaining, 1 being boring. What rating are you going to give it?
I would say 2.
It's been bad.
Yeah. I mean, you can see why they're making such a big deal about the NBA Cup or Commissioner's Cup
Right.
or Emirates Cup or whatever they're calling it now. And they actually have some decent matchups in there that they've been billing. But they're trying to make these games more watchable. Give them a meaning when really they don't really have that. A meaning. I don't think really anybody at this point really cares if they win the Commissioner's Cup or whatever.
Right.
But there is a greater spotlight on these games. A lot of them are nationally televised, and they've got. I mean, I know the Warriors. Klay Thompson's return to Oakland as part of their games, and the NBA is really trying to give you a reason to watch their games in the middle of this, the push for the playoffs in the NFL, which is very difficult to compete with. But this is why they created, this thing is because it's hard to watch these, normal regular season November NBA games.
And I'll say this too. By the time late May and June came along, nobody cared that the Lakers lifted the banner in their rafters to win this thing.
They won?
Yeah, exactly. All right, NFL. I was going to kind of skip over to Thursday game, but here we go again. Penalties at the end of the game. There is a hand clearly to the face of Burrow. One of the receivers got wiped out right there at the goal line. Not the intended target, but it's still holding. I mean, that could have made him throw the ball to another player. And even worse when you have a back judge on video reaching for the flag and then he decides to eat it there at the last second. So not a good look again, right?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, these types of penalties happen, I wouldn't say on every play, but much more frequently than that are called in the league. And so it's hard to criticize that the holding penalty on the tight end going over the middle, when there's, who's supposed to be watching that? And it's like, well, gee, you've got 4 referees all watching. How'd they all miss it? No, there was probably one guy assigned to watch the middle of the field, and he had his eye on another position. I mean, stuff like that I can see easily, not being seen. This, like I said, this happens time and time again over the course of the game, and you just live with it. What I don't understand is the hit on the quarterback. I mean, it's been such an emphasis in the league that we're not going to let you hit them high. We're not going to let you hit them low. We're not going to let you take them to the ground hard. I mean, this is the focus. They've got not one, but two referees behind the line of scrimmage, basically focusing on making sure the quarterback doesn't get injured. And the guy clearly smacks him in the face, and even, gets his finger stuck in the face. I mean, I don't think it was a flagrant penalty, but it was a penalty at any time in the game, let alone, on the most important play of the entire game. It's just, it's just one of those things where the NFL has to be looking at this today and saying, we can't allow stuff like that to happen. And this is why we've created this, eye in the sky, or whatever you want to call it, the review referee who's not really a review referee or whatever. But it's like, look, we need to avoid this kind of embarrassment. And again, I'm not talking about the holding over the middle. That happens. But, the hit on the quarterback is just something that everybody in the world is going to see. And in the end, it should have been seen by the referees. It should have been seen by the replay guys. It should have been seen by somebody. We can't allow that to happen. What's the solution? Well, I mean, the solution is exactly what they've attempted to make the solution, is to have someone upstairs who gets 10, 15 seconds, whatever it is, to review. You've got 10 different cameras going during the game. You've got producers in the back, all saying, "Oh, you got to see the hit on the quarterback that they didn't call." The referees need to be more in tune with the TV producers, because they're the ones who are going to see this more than anybody else. They're the ones who are looking at the 10 screens and saying, "Oh, look at this screen here. Do you see this holding? We got to show this replay. Get the broadcaster on the air." Instead of getting the broadcasters on the air, they need to be getting this eye in the sky referee on the air and saying, "Oh man, you got to see this hit on the quarterback," and then he takes his quick look at it, and then he yells downstairs, "Stop the game. We got to call this penalty." And I mean, that to me, it's a weird dynamic where the TV, the television producer behind the scenes is the one who's really, the one who's got to make the call on a lot of these things, because there's too many things. I mean, basically they're trained to watch 10 different screens at one time and find them, however they do it, find the replay, the best view. Okay, we're going to show this one. Cue camera 3, go, and Al, here's what you're going to see. This guy smacks him in the head. Be ready. And then, and so that guy is trained to basically, like I said, watch 10 different things at once. The replay guy upstairs, who basically has the same job, but what's he got? He's got one screen. Yeah, I'm not even sure he's watching the screen. He's probably watching the action live. And it's a very difficult job. I just think they need to work closer together to get it right, because I think they've got the right idea. And sometimes when they, we've seen this in the use of replay in the various sports, where they don't want to take it too far. They don't want to have robo-umps yet. They don't want to allow you to challenge certain things. But sometimes you've got to take that next step. And this is an example of the next step they've got to take.
Right. Okay. Let's go to the flip side of the coin on Thursday night. And that's the fun things, why we like to watch sports. And maybe you can even mention this, how, anyone can really get involved with fantasy. I mean, it's your son's first year playing, right? Out of nowhere.
Correct.
So on Thursday nights, the Ant-Man, who is part of this program as well, his lovely girlfriend, Megan, will pick a player from each team to score a touchdown. And this is just on Thursday nights. She won 5 times last year. And then she gets the whole crew home last night because we started following her at this point for the second win of the season. Now, she's missed a couple of weeks here, so she hasn't played every Thursday. But we get home late with the Tanner Hudson, and she always has the players you're not expecting. But Tanner Hudson and Bateman touchdown as Bateman gets the late Raven score. So a nice $10 pays a little over $500. Just the joys that can be benefited from those who don't know much about the sport, but can get involved anyway in fantasy and playing props and such.
Well, that's the whole, philosophy, whatever you want to call it, on, gambling in sports is that, eventually the gambling industry would like to see it become a family thing.
Right.
You're watching on
they
TV.
Certainly would, wouldn't they? Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you've got the whole family watching the game on TV. Across the bottom of the screen, there's the little crawler that says, will the next play be a run? If yes, minus 135. If no, plus 110, and then you click onto it and you put your $5 on the yes, and everybody gets to root for it. And, you've got the whole family involved in making decisions. And it's just, it's a way to get more people involved and, to make the game more exciting, to make every play more exciting. Yeah. There's so many, fantasy football has opened up so many doors like that the NFL was afraid to go through for a long time. They didn't like fantasy because fantasy meant you were rooting against your home team. The whole idea of the NFL is we want the home markets to be strong with their viewership and everybody to root for the home team. And fantasy was the opposite of that. Hey, if I don't have a 49er on my fantasy team, well, I'm rooting for the other team this game. And they didn't like that. They thought that would be a bad idea. And look how, where we are today, where we got, now it's, it's evolved into this, this gambling thing where you can, literally, make a bet on every play. You literally can make a bet on every player to do something in the game. And, it's certainly added to the entertainment. I'm not sure it's really helped the game itself, but it certainly brought in a lot more people to watch.
All right, let's get to individual players, and I'll talk about a coach or two, and then we'll get to our slate of games. And wrapping up the trade deadline, a lot of teams made a lot of good trades. That Hopkins trade looks really good at this point for the Chiefs. But I'll argue that the Lattimore trade is about as good as any for Washington. They get a guy who can now match up with Brown. He can match up with Lamb. He can now match up with Neighbors in the one more contest that they have against the Giants anyway. So in a division that's winnable for Washington, a good trade on their part with Lattimore. What was your best acquisition that you saw in your eyes? And what do you think about Lattimore?
Well, I tend to, and I think like most people, gravitate to the offensive changes, whereas like you said, the teams that brought in defensive help, helped themselves probably as much, if not more, than the teams that brought in offensive help. Certainly we'll see this Sunday night, but the Lions getting themselves a pass rusher, should really help them. Now we'll see. If you just plug this guy in and it's, you have big shoes to fill there, and how much of a difference that's going to make. I think all the way around, some of these defensive moves, we're going to, have the chance to be, I should say, really impactful. The one that, the offensive moves, the one that surprises me is Hopkins and how much he's gone in there and already become a factor.
Yeah,
for
fitting in like a
Kansas City.
glove.
We're used to Kansas City spreading the ball around, and this is this veteran guy coming in. He hasn't done much this year. Does he got anything left? And immediately, 2 games into it, they're targeting him 8, 9, 10 times last week.
Right.
He scored 2 touchdowns, I want to say.
Yep.
And it's like, oh boy. It's almost like they've identified him as so much better than the other guys they have. Then this is going to continue. We kind of saw this with Rice as he developed through the course of last year, and by the end of the year became more popular. And now this year they're coming back. He was the guy. He was people were saying, what's wrong with Kelsey? Too much partying in the off season. He's not doing anything. They're throwing the ball to Rice every time. And then, of course, Rice got injured. But now they bring in Hopkins, and now all of a sudden he's getting, he's getting all these passes thrown to him that were thrown to Rice earlier in the year. And it's kind of scary. If they've identified this guy as someone who can be as good as what Rice was for them earlier in the year, then they take a major step forward.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see here. To my bench in fantasy goes DJ Moore. I don't like the body language. Walking off the field last week, I feel like there may be some discontent there in Chicago. I said it last week, that Hail Mary, that's the kind of thing that can put a team on tilt. And I feel like the Bears are on tilt, especially after getting thumped down there in Arizona. And I'll take it one step further here. Although he's made some mistakes, the kid showed some flashes, and I'm talking about Drake May. If Drake May comes in here and outduels the number 1 draft pick overall, it's going to be an ugly day for the Bears. I'm not going to see it getting better because their competition against their divisions only going to get harder, and they're going to be the odd man out to me when it comes playoff times and all those teams in the NFC North trying to make a playoff run or get into the playoffs. But DJ Moore, I don't like it. I'm going to bench him. I got other options I can go to on my fantasy, and which is McLaurin to me. McLaurin gets elevated now, if you remember our conversation about that in fantasy back in the summer. So McLaurin in for me, DJ Moore out, and Drake May, possibly the better quarterback than Caleb. We'll see on Sunday. So your thoughts on all that?
Well, I do agree with you on the Bears. You kind of you could see this as a possibility there when they went out and they beefed up their entire skill core on offense. They got Keenan Allen. All of a sudden, they drafted the kid from Washington. They brought in Swift. They've got the new quarterback, and they had Moore all coming back. And it was like, okay, we've got all the offensive weapons now. We're going to set the world on fire with our offense. Well, sometimes it takes a while to gel, but secondly, you still need a good offensive coordinator to make it all work. And unfortunately, I got to believe that that's where they're going to make a change next year. I think they'll decide that, look, we have the weapons. We just need to do a better job of using them. But this season does seem lost. It's completely fallen apart. I see Miami as a team very much in the same situation. It's going to be interesting to see them moving forward, starting this week, as a team that, okay, when we get to about, things are going to change, and things have changed. Unfortunately, they've lost 2 games at the very end that they could have won, that could have turned their season around. Even winning one of them would have made a big difference. But losing that game to Arizona at the end, losing on a 61-yard field goal last week at the end of Buffalo, you have to wonder if they're not headed down that same path as Chicago. But this is that time of year where, teams, as much as you could say, well, with parity, you just got to get to 500 and maybe you make the playoffs. When you're 2-6 or 2-7 or whatever, you're not going to get to 500, and things are going to start falling apart. Like you said, I think we're seeing that in Chicago, and I'm curious to see if we're going to be seeing that in Miami as well.
All right, let's talk about the Cowboys. Now Cooper Rush, when he went 5-1 when he started 2 years ago. But you got to remember, the Cowboys had a really, really nice running game at that time. They don't have that running game now, so it's bound to get uglier for Dallas. I think I can easily say at this point, McCarthy is a dead man walking. If this team continues to stumble, he'll make it to the end of the season, I would think, but that's got to be it for him. And then he'll get one chance here to show something. I'm talking about Trey Lance. He should anyway. Perhaps a chance for him to try to remotely salvage his career. Although we probably won't expect it to go well. He's going to get a chance, right?
You would think so. He's someone who I certainly was going to mention in our conversation here today for exactly the reason that you stated. And that is that they have no running game. And so when they get down by the goal line, and Cooper Rush might be the best backup quarterback in the NFL. I don't think he's a major, backward step from Prescott. And so I don't think it's going to be that much of a negative for them. Problem is, like I said, when they get down by the goal line and they can't run the ball in, and you've got your, a quote-unquote backup quarterback in there, are you now going to say, all right, Trey, here's your chance. You become Taysom Hill. You go in there, we got the ball at the 5-yard line, and instead of handing the ball off to one of our terrible backs, we're just going to have you run it around the end for 3 yards and then run it around the other end for 2 yards and score your touchdown. I think he would be a very, very interesting, anytime touchdown scoring prop this week.
Okay. All right. Interesting. All right.
Because he's, I don't think he's going
right.
to, I don't think, like I said, I don't think he's going to get a chance to be a real quarterback while Rush is there, because Rush is very good.
Right.
But I do think
they'll have some packages for him.
Because now he'll be active. He won't be the third quarterback, emergency quarterback anymore. He'll be the number 2 quarterback. And so if and when you want to use him at the goal line, well, he's there, he's active. Let's put him in there. Even if he goes in there and hands the ball off, at least it gives the defense something else to worry about. Oh boy, why are they putting him in? That must mean he's going to run the ball. And next thing you know, he's handing the ball off on a counter play, and they're getting their touchdown while 3 guys are chasing him around left end. So I think he's, to me, he's one of your special super sleeper plays, super greedy plays this week that he'll score a touchdown. I don't even know if they'll offer a number on him, but I think he's worth throwing on to a super greedy ticket.
All right, I'll definitely look that up as we go along this morning. But you'll agree on McCarthy, right? He's out of there.
Well, yeah, yes. I don't see them turning things around this season,
right? And
mostly because it's people don't really grasp the fact that, I remember when they played the 49ers and they showed a graphic on the defensive injuries that they had.
Right.
They listed 9 guys.
Right.
Not only a defensive player of the year candidate, but guy that led the league, the guy that scored all those touchdowns on returns last year. 9 guys. You can't field a team when you're. Every one of the guys you're starting for the most part is a backup, and it's shown. They've been terrible on defense. Now they're getting guys back, but the season is lost. They're not going to get everybody back They're never going to be at the level defensively that, they've been in years past. And like you noted, that's just going to make it more difficult on the quarterback. And it's one thing to say, well, they don't have a running game. They also don't have a defense, so you've got to put up points if you're going to hope to, win these games, and you don't have a running game. Good luck to you. And so, and that, when all is said and done, the people who, dissect the Cowboys will have to look at it and say, you know what, if they hadn't had all these injuries on defense, the season might have been different. But I don't think that's going to be enough to save the coach's job.
All right, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And I'm not saying this is the best thing in the universe, but I think it helps a little bit in terms of pickings, props, yardage-wise, maybe even scores. And even Williams will have some low-hanging numbers you got to think of at first. I know we're not a fan of the quarterback Wilson up there, but I think where and we said this in the preseason, that Pickens could have some issues here. Mike Williams, I think, helps that situation out a little bit, right?
That's going to be interesting to see.
Right.
I don't know why he did absolutely nothing for the Jets. I mean, he certainly had an opportunity there. They don't really have a second receiver. And you would have thought he could have gone there and done something, and he was terrible. And obviously Rodgers completely lost confidence in him. I respect Rodgers, his opinion. I mean, his analysis of these guys, he doesn't think they're going to catch the ball for him. Well, he stops throwing it to him. Well, that kind of tells you something about the receiver. And so I'm not sure what he has left, and how good he's going to be there. But the good thing about the Steelers is they run the ball as well as anybody in the league, and that has to make it easier in the long run on the quarterback and and on the passing game, because there's a lesser emphasis for them in those areas than for most teams. So in his case, he could catch a key touchdown pass, catch one or two passes a game, and one of them, he's a big guy, big target by the goal line. One of them happens to be a touchdown, and then that in and of itself would make him a great acquisition.
All right. O'Connell loves Hawkinson. He fed him the ball a ton last year. He stepped back into the lineup last week. Obviously, he's probably going to be limited some. We got to expect his routes and his targets to increase this week. The coach loves him. That my sources in Minnesota says that the coach really, really loves him. So I think it's a green light now from Hawkinson, and we'll start to see him emerge as a good Viking receiver. Do you share the same sentiments for this week?
Yeah, well, not necessarily for this week, but in general.
And the Jags are bad against the tight ends. I'll say that too.
Well, the Jags are bad, period.
Yeah.
I mean, the Jags have, they got, first off, Lawrence is not playing, right? Mac Brown,
right.
Mac Jones. Mac Jones is starting at quarterback this week. You got Etienne, who's still injured. You got Kirk out for the season. You even got Thomas, who's had, had his issues. I can't imagine Jacksonville showing up this week. I don't see how they're going to be competitive in this game at all. Plus the fact that the last two games that they played, they allowed 127 rushing yards to Jacobs, 159 rushing yards to Barkley. And so why would Minnesota throw the ball in this game? And, Aaron Jones, who's always an injury waiting to happen, has been remarkably durable. He's been getting, close to 20 carries a game recently. I don't see this as being a game where Minnesota's going to have to come out like they were playing Detroit. well, we're going to have to come out and throw the ball 40 times to match points with these guys. So we'll throw 10 balls to Hawkinson. I think he's healthy enough to have 10 balls thrown to him. But in this game, why would they throw more than 5 balls to him? Why would they throw more than 8 balls to Jefferson? They don't need to pass the ball against the team that they really should win against very easily. So to me, Jones is the guy.
Okay.
Going to stand out.
Jones for 2 touchdowns plus 550. I can see that. Let Jones do the dirty work. Hawkinson will get you a little bit more involved as we go. Okay. Here's a player I think we're going to see getting involved more as we go. And I think the reason will be because they've dealt with injuries in the postseason, and they know what's up to be shorthanded now. And I'm talking about the Buffalo Bills. And the further separation they get in the AFC East here from the teams behind them, I think you may start to see James Cook and the load getting lightened on him. Let's kind of save this guy for January when it matters. We have this kid, Ray Davis. He's proven now in a couple of games where we've given him a portion of the load here that he does something with the football. So I'm going to be aware of James Cook a little bit as we get further down in the season a little bit. And I'm going to look for some low-hanging Ray Davis numbers prop-wise. Good philosophy?
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. The best he's going to ever do is split carries with Cook. So the question becomes, how much of a running team are they going to become? Their receivers are in terrible shape.
Yeah. He catches the ball too, Davis. He's a good receiver.
Yeah, and so it's going to come down to the level of the competition they play. You look at this week's game against Indianapolis. This could be one of those games where they get ahead and they just decide that we're just going to run one guy 5 straight times. They're going to put the other guy in there 5 straight times. And so I think that in the end, Cook's numbers will probably be too high based on how much he's done this year, and Davis's numbers will be too low because they'll probably end up with very similar stats. I don't think either one of them is going to be rushing for 100 yards anytime soon. But to get to 60 yards, those guys, I can easily see them doing that because there's a good chance that in a game like this that they're each going to get 15 carries. And then, like you said, they get down by the goal line, and they do have tight ends to throw to, but Shakir is really the only outside receiver who's healthy. He's not really a red zone kind of target. He's more of a long distance guy, I would say. And so it's even more likely that the running backs score the touchdown. So I like what you're thinking there.
All right. Let's get to our list of games. And somehow we have another early morning game here, Dave. And for you folks out there, know that Dave Del Grande is going to wake up at 6 a.m. Local time, head to the local sports bar, get his Eggs Benedict and his Bloody Mary, and settle in for the Panthers and the Giants. Right, Dave?
Well, it all comes down to fantasy football, right? And I'm going to have Daniel Jones going in that game. So trust me, I'm going to be as interested in that game as anybody on the West Coast. It won't be at a sports bar; it'll be here. But but that game will be televised, like all these foreign games have been. And so, it's got to be a very, very, very difficult game to watch. But the Giants. Funny story is, so I had Love as my fantasy quarterback, and I decided I wasn't going to play him last week. And so I picked up, there were some decent options. I ended up picking up Daniel Jones. And so, I liked the matchup against Washington. So I was driving home from somewhere Sunday morning, and there was this random gambling talk show going on the radio. And they were talking about, God knows what game. And so one of the 3 guys, I was only listening for 15 minutes, right? Well, during that time, one of the 3 guys says, I just got a text from a buddy of mine, and he's really sharp when he says stuff like this. And he says, take the under on Daniel Jones' pass attempts. They weren't even talking about the Giants game, you know. And I thought, no, don't say that. You know, what are you talking about? And then sure enough, the game starts, and I want to say Washington scored the first time they had the ball, and the Giants got the ball, and I was monitoring it on the play-by-play on the phone, and the Giants' first 6 snaps, run up the middle, run up the middle, run up the middle, run up the middle, 6 straight times. And I thought, oh my God, what is going on here? And at halftime of that game, I don't know if you saw the stats, but Daniel Jones, I'm pretty sure, was 4 for 5 passing.
Oh, wow. No, I did not see that.
For 0 yards.
Yes, I do remember the 0. I do remember the 0 now.
0 yards.
Now that you say that.
He completed a pass for -11 to somebody.
Right.
And then the other 3 passes for 11 yards. See, it was like, and I just thought to myself, man, was this guy right about the game plan? Fortunately for Jones, he had a big touchdown run in the first half. So even in fantasy-wise, I was doing fine because he had 50 yards rushing and a touchdown in the first half. And then the second half, as they started to fall behind, he threw a lot more and then actually got a couple of touchdown passes. He ended up being a sneaky good play.
Oh, yeah, yep.
But my point is, why wouldn't they take the same philosophy to this game? I mean, they've got Singletary healthy again. They've got Tracy, who's demonstrated he can carry a very heavy load as well. And, you've got Jones who runs the ball well. You're playing a terrible team. Why wouldn't you go into this game and say, let's just run the ball every time? And that's only going to make this game more boring. If it turns into, that kind of a game, which I fear that it will. So, but anyway, I'm, at least at this point, I'm sticking with Jones and just praying for one of his rushing touchdowns.
All right. So under 40.5 would be a decent play, you think?
Well, I mean, again, based on what I saw last week, now that game got away from the Giants.
Right.
Washington, was able to put touchdown. I mean, the Giants, I think every snap they took in that game, they were losing. And so
Carolina's defense is so bad. Go ahead.
Right. Well, that's the problem. Is that as Carolina falls behind, then what are they going to do?
Right.
Are they going to do crazy stuff and start throwing all the time and throwing interceptions or what have you and creating shorter fields, for the Giants, So, but I just think going in that the Giants, the Giants game plan has to be similar to what it was last week, and that is let's just grind it out and win this game 21-10 and go home.
All right. Little bit of trivia. Let me see if you know this. So Chuba Hubbard with the new contract is now the 6th highest paid running back in the league. Do you know who the 7th highest paid running back is?
No.
It's a trick question. It's Sanders. And they drafted Jonathan Brooks as a running back as well. So there's $66 million tied up in the running backs, and they drafted Brooks. Just a Carolina Panthers-esque thing to do, right? Kind of.
Well, what's what to me of interest in this game is how much Brooks plays. I mean, he's activated. He's ready to go. I don't. Obviously, they're not going to overuse him in the first game,
right?
But I got to believe that he's going to get 5 to 10 carries, and Hubbard has been their workhorse running back and has done fine. but still, I'm guessing that even though he has done well, they're going to get Brooks more and more involved in their offense. I'm curious to see, how much they use them this week, and then what, if within a couple of weeks, Hubbard is just a non-entity.
Let's see here. Numbers off the board for him. So buyer beware on all that stuff.
It'd be very hard to predict, how much he's going to be used this week. I would say this, that if Hubbard's numbers are similar to his season average numbers, I would look at the under, because I got to believe he's going to get the ball less this week just because Brooks is there. Okay,
what we do with Dave is we talk our cast of characters in NFC West and AFC West. We'll go down those teams in those two divisions, and we'll start with that at the early session, and then after that, we'll look for the high-scoring fun game. But since we have a couple of our candidates here, we'll just go ahead and talk about them. We'll start with your 49ers at Tampa Bay. Their defense can be put on the two-handed bad defensive list. 6.5 here for the 49ers. 50.5 is the total. We get some McCaffrey back. You got to figure he's going to be eased back in a little bit. Fantasy-wise, maybe best to play him in the flex and not necessarily in your running back position. We'll see if Dave agrees on that. Just to play it a little cautious if you have some other good running backs on your team. But here we go. Baker's feisty, but this is a tough spot for the Buccaneers at home with this fresh 49er team. You looking for the Niners to win this convincingly? Is this close? How do you see this?
I don't see how this game is competitive. That said, Baker Mayfield has been, in some ways, he's been the MVP of the league this year. I don't know how he's doing it without his two receivers. We've talked about this the last couple of weeks. He's got a tight end, and he's got two running backs, neither of which is a really good runner. So he throws the ball to his backs, he throws the ball to his tight end, and somehow they're beating Kansas City. They're tied with Kansas City into the final, into overtime.
Right.
The previous week, it's remarkable how well they've done offensively, considering the fact that they don't have anybody. And as you said, defensively they're terrible. So I don't think there's any question that the 49ers, aren't going to put up big numbers in this game. And knowing Shanahan isn't an ease him into the lineup kind of guy. He's an all or nothing thing. I wouldn't be surprised at all if McCaffrey has a very busy day until they get so far ahead that they're able to take him out. But I just don't think it's going to be one of those things where, well, let's play him the first series and then we'll bring in Garendo or Mason, who's ever healthy. And for this, I don't think that's going to be it at all. I think McCaffrey's going to get 20 touches, somehow, way, shape, or form. We'll probably get a touchdown. And they have Ayuk still out, but they've got Jennings back now. Kittle, is going well. Tampa's terrible against tight ends.
Yes, yeah.
And so I just think there's every reason for the 49ers. They've got to be over their point total, which, let's see, given the fact that they're favored by 6.5 and the total's 50. So we're talking about, 27.5?
28.5.
28.5. I think they're easily going to go over that.
All right.
And I think that, I think Debo, should be a big focal point of their offense. I think McCaffrey will give you something as well. I just think that it's a total green light on basically everything 49ers in this game.
Right. All right. Full green light on the Niners. I was going to add what you just said. Tampa Bay, bad on defense, but just equally worse times 10 against tight ends. And you got to like Kittle for a score of plus 150, at least on my end. But McCaffrey minus 250 for a score already. Wow.
Yeah, well, and that, I'd say there's enough of an uncertainty with him that you wouldn't want to.
Right.
You wouldn't want to play something.
So play Debo or Kittle.
Yeah. Before I would play McCaffrey and something like that, unless I was going to say unless his numbers are so low coming back because someone's projecting that he's not going to play full time. Then you look at that because he, like I said, Shanahan doesn't rotate running backs. He plays one guy, and when McCaffrey got hurt, we saw it with Mason. He puts Mason in there, and Mason carries 22 times, and the backup carries twice. And then Mason gets hurt, and Garendo carries 20 times in the Cowboy game. I mean, it's one guy, for the most part, and McCaffrey's that one guy now. So I would think that of all his numbers this week, I think his rushing total has I have no idea what they're going to put it at, but I would think
off the board right now. Yep.
Right, has a chance to be too low.
All right. Do you want to put on our primary ticket 49er team points over?
Yes, that's a good one.
All right. Anything else from what we've discussed game-wise, which would just be the Giants and the Panthers, really, unless you want to involve the Vikings and Jaguars on that ticket. Anything from those two games?
Well, I would certainly want something with Jones in the Jacksonville game.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's finish up the division game with Denver and Kansas City. 7.5 points is the line for Kansas City. 41.5 is the total. I could be convinced both ways on this conversation of take the favorite, take the dog, take the over, take the under. So I'm going to have to dissect this a little bit more myself here as I go through the program. But any best plays on this?
Well, to me, I'd ride the hot hand.
And DeAndre.
Number still might be low, and take a look at Hopkins.
Plus 180. That's a good number, I think, still for a touchdown.
Yeah, I do too. Denver's, for the most part, Denver's been competitive. Division game. Kansas City makes everybody competitive.
Right.
Seems.
Yeah.
And so, I don't think this is going to become one of those games like Denver's game last week where, totally got blown out. I think Kansas City is going to have to throw the ball as much as they normally do. And if that's the case, then I think Hopkins has a very good chance to getting a touchdown.
All right, plus 180 for him. And I mentioned at 7.5, 41.5, and I could be pushed either direction. So I'll look at a correct score of Chiefs 24, Broncos 17, since that's right on the number for everything. Does that sound about right to you?
Well, yes. I think that, what scares me is how poorly Denver played last week, but in general, they've been real competitive.
Right.
I think they can hang in there. I wouldn't be shocked if it, even if it ended up 24-20, even a little, but 24-17 is your standard NFL score. So there's always a 24-17 on every week, right?
Right. Okay. All right. So that wraps up divisional games for the 1:00 session. We'll get to that Vikings game and Jaguars now, since you mentioned Aaron Jones for a touchdown for Jones. Minus 115. That's easy enough just for one. Let's see. His receiving prop number is at 17.5. And his rushing prop number is at 70.5. 2 touchdowns plus 550. Can you see the touchdown, receiver, and yards rushing going over?
I think the
switchblade play is what I call it.
Like
play it all. Yeah.
He's been getting a lot of carries, and if he continues, if he gets his 18-20 carries as he has been getting, then he's going to go over that rushing total. I'd be more, interested in looking at that rather than the touchdown. He's not a big touchdown scorer. So I would prefer the over on the rushing total for him.
Okay, so over 70.5. Aaron Jones. Are we throwing Hopkins on this primary ticket, or are we going to put him on the secondary ticket?
Yeah, let's put him on there for now.
Okay, we can move him down the list.
49ers over 28.5. We got Hopkins at plus 180, and we got Jones at over 7.5.
Yeah, let me go ahead and plug these in so we can start accumulating our payout. Chiefs game. I know this is enthralling radio or broadcasting, listening to me punch in numbers on the computer. Let's see. Touchdown score for the Chiefs, plus 180 for Hopkins. And back to the 49er game real quick. And we'll add the team point total over for San Francisco. Do you think the 49er defense shuts down the little running back receiver threat and the Cade Otton threat, which have been still so nice to us?
I can't, they've done, I don't know how they do it, but there's, somehow, some way, Mayfield gets them, to score 3 touchdowns, to gets them in the 20s every week. So I don't, I wouldn't bet against that.
Good offensive coordinator.
No, I would, I think that, that helps, that threat even helps the 49ers, push their score up, thinking, hey, look, we can't let these guys hang around because somehow, some way they do this every week.
Right.
So let's throw the ball in the third quarter, even though we're ahead by 10 points, and try to get it to 17. So no, I wouldn't. I'd stay away from the Tampa side.
Okay, maybe the Bears need to hire the Tampa offensive coordinator at the end of the day. Okay, so other potential fun games, the list of candidates. We're getting a low-hanging number, 38.5 with the Bears and Patriots. The Bills and the Colts. Here we are at the Lucas Oil Stadium, which says no defense allowed on the doors as you're walking into the stadium. The Bills and Colts, 47.5 is that total. And I can't believe the Bills are only laying 3.5, to be honest. And then the other 1 o'clock game would be the Saints and the Falcons. Do we get Drake London back? I guess that's my big question. I see him listed, so I guess we do. Upsetting to see him leave last week. And I think that's it for 1 o'clock, right? Oh, no, we have Commanders and Steelers. 44.5 would be the total in that game. I think the game, to me, that's going to have the most points, it's got to be Buffalo and the Colts, right?
Well, the problem, I would say yes, just because, the Atlanta-New Orleans game, you're right. London's got a hip injury. Pitts has a hamstring. Olave's got concussions. The passing options in that game are very limited. It's going to me, it's going to be Kamara like last week, touching the ball basically every other play, 30 or more touches. I think Bijan Robinson had a real nice game last week running and passing. I think he's going to get the ball regularly in this game. So I think it's going to be a lot of running, a lot of short passing, a lot of churning the clock. I do think they'll find ways to score, but I don't think it's going to be a real high-scoring game.
Right.
In fact, I didn't even think Algiers got a good chance to score a touchdown in this game. The Jacksonville and Minnesota, like I said, it's going to depend on how competitive Jacksonville is. We got Mac Jones at quarterback. I don't see that as being encouraging, and this is one reason I think Minnesota will run the ball a lot in this game. So that, I don't see that as being a huge scoring game. And then, to me, the most interesting game is the Pittsburgh-Washington game.
Right.
And you got the Pittsburgh defense, the brilliant coaching going up against this young quarterback. Can they force him into mistakes? Can they keep him from running crazy? And Pittsburgh's got, I looked up a stat. They've allowed 56 rushing yards to quarterbacks all season.
Oh, wow.
And so, and then you've got Daniels with no interceptions in his last 4 games. I got to believe there's got to be a number in there that's going to be intriguing in terms of a Daniels interception against Pittsburgh. I would say yes. And, given the fact that he hasn't thrown one in a while, does that mean that you're getting a nice price there? I'd love to see what his rushing total is. And if it's high enough, I think that you would want to take the under there as well. I think Pittsburgh should be able to run the ball on Washington. I think they're going to certainly try. And Harris, I think is the my number one choice to score in this game. I think he's going to touch the ball more than anybody else. And so, it should be a real interesting game. Like I said, you've got this very smart, defense that takes advantage of young quarterbacks, but you've got Washington that's got a really nice thing going. And so I can see this game going either way, but when push comes to shove, I gotta trust, Pittsburgh's history in a game like this. So, I just think this game, I'm not sure there's a lot of great angles to take on this game. But I just think I just find this game really fascinating.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. This is the kind of game that ends up with maybe a lot more field goals in it. This might be the field goal kicker game is what it might be. As these teams have to settle for points, getting stymied down in the red zone. And then if that's the case, you get something like, 19-16, 23-20, then there you go. You're under the total of 44. And they could move the ball between the sticks a little bit as well before that happens. So interesting in that regard. Najee Harris, since he brought it up, is at even money for a touchdown. Throw him on a B-list ticket.
Well, what's his rushing total?
Let's see here. Off the board, actually. And so are the Daniels props right now for some reason. I got the passing props, but I have the receivers and rushers off the board for the moment.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if the more confidence Pittsburgh has that they're going to be able to handle the quarterback situation for Washington, the more likely they're going to play this game conservatively. And they already run the ball a lot as it is. Pittsburgh the last 4 games has allowed 4 TD passes and 6 interceptions. And so I think they got to have a lot of confidence in their defense in this game. I think Harris is going to go over his rushing total, presuming that it's not 80s or higher, which it might be. But that or some kind of negative stat on Daniels. And if his rushing total is in the 50s, then I think it would be a very strong play for to the under on his rushing total.
Actually, you know what? I went to another book. Let's just see what we have here. I had 63.5 for Najee Harris rushing total.
Oh, that's very nice.
So put that on the primary ticket.
63.5.
Yep.
Wow. Yes, I like that.
All right.
Did it list Daniels rushing?
Yeah. So I need to get 2 books ready when I'm talking to you. 43.5 this book has.
And that's I was hoping
that's a lot of yards. Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get there. Like I said, they've allowed 56. Now, granted, they haven't faced a guy like him, but they've allowed, what did I say, 56 rushing yards to quarterbacks all season.
Right. Okay.
What, 8 games? We're talking about 7 yards a game.
We need
now
that.
Now that they're putting a total up there of 43.
Yep.
I respect Daniels. I wouldn't want to put something like that on a main ticket, but I'm going to say that that's going to go under.
I need to just come up with an all under ticket anyway. I like to play those occasionally. A lot of people don't. Everyone navigates towards the overs. Therefore, you're going to get better payouts on the unders realistically.
Exactly.
So Daniels rushing under. I'll start on an under ticket. And we'll, as we go along, you feel free to throw anyone under the bus. We can throw in an under ticket as well. Okay. Let's go to the next game on the board here. Is that it for 1 o'clock?
Yes.
All right. And then we'll go to the afternoon session. Titans and Chargers. The Chargers minus 7.5, 38.5. I have thought about nothing about this game so far to this point. I think it's probably best not to get involved with it anyway. I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph for an interception would be one I could possibly see, considering we had him on our ticket last week to throw a pick. But you know what? You might get the other quarterback, Levis, back in here at some point as well. So maybe that's not the best play. Chargers and the Titans. What do you got in this one, Dave?
Well, I mean, there's only one way this game can go, and that is, the Chargers will attempt to grind it out, and they should be able to do that real easily against a limited offensive team like this. And the good thing about the Chargers is they basically only one guy runs the ball.
Dobbins, yeah.
Yep. So you can count on Dobbins in this game getting 20 to 25 carries. And so, I mean, he's going to get 70 yards rushing, got a good chance for 100 yards rushing. And it all, comes down to where are they putting his number?
64.5.
64.5?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's as good a play as I've seen.
Okay. All right.
64.5. I mean, the Chargers have been remarkably good. They seem to be getting better. They've even, won some games, somewhat handily. I mean,
yep.
And the more they're in control this game, which they should be from the get-go, what do? They hand the ball to Dobbins. I wouldn't be shocked if he got 30 or more carries in this game. I don't see any reason for them to stray from that, especially if they get, they score first possession, they get up 7-0, they get the ball back. They see that, okay, this team isn't doing anything against us offensively. Let's just, let's hand the ball to Dobbins 5 more times on this series and 5 more on the next series and 5 more. You look up at halftime, he got 18 carries for 65 yards. Okay, hey, that works. Let's do it again in the second half. Because, I said, it's not like you have to worry about. We've talked about this with some of the other teams already. It's, the Bills, we talked about this. It's not like we got another good back, so let's get the other guy in there and let's get him 15 touches in the second half. No, we don't have another really good back. We had a decent one who's out for the season. We got a young guy who we still don't really trust, but we'll give him 5 carries at the end of the game. Meanwhile, let's give Dobbins 10 more carries here in the third quarter. And then the third quarter ends and he's got 24 carries for 112 yards and 2 touchdowns. So that total is ridiculously low.
Okay, so we'll throw him on the ticket. Actually, I meant to bring up this player earlier in our individual player discussion. The number one target to me on Tennessee is not Ridley. It's Nick Westbrook-Akine. He scored 3 weeks in a row now. We've had him on 2 of the tickets. I think 4 weeks in a row now, actually. So we've had him on 2 winning tickets at great payouts, and he's at a low 28.5 receiving yards. I get it. The Chargers have a good defense, but give me some Akine over 28.5 on some sort of a ticket this weekend as well.
Well, like you said, you keep going to a good thing, and this is a game where as much as you would say, well, the Chargers defense should dominate this game, there's no reason for there's no reason for Tennessee to run the ball at all in the second half of this game when they're losing 17-3 at halftime. And so, yeah, I mean, now all of a sudden you get those cheap 2 or 3 passes that takes them from 15 yards to 45, and maybe even he gets another touchdown. So I like that thinking.
60 yards plus 375, 50 yards plus 255. I might buy in on some of that as well. Yeah, especially in garbage time, like you said. Okay, next game on the board. Interesting game to me, actually. The Jets and the Cardinals. The Jets are the favorite here. So the Cardinals still getting no respect after their nice little run. 46.5 is the total. We said it last week. Cardinals don't make it easy for you. They are first place in that division now in the NFC West. And you got to give the coach some props there. He's done a nice job with Arizona, keeping them competitive. The Jets have their hands full in Arizona, but I think they're going to have enough to come out and win this game at the end. I'm not so sure it's super high scoring either. We really haven't seen any sort of sustained offense from the Cardinals at this point. The Jets still can make a mess of things on offense on their own end. But I think the Jets win this game by a field goal anyway on the road in Arizona. What do you got for me here?
Well, I have the Jets defense in fantasy, and so I've watched their defense quite carefully over the course of the year. And I got to say, I'm very disappointed. Now, last week, the Thursday night game last week, where they actually had decent numbers. I think they had 8 sacks in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there had to be 15 to 20 times. Who did they play in that game?
The Jets, they played Houston. Right.
Houston. Okay.
Yes.
There had to be 15 to 20 times in that game where Stroud held the ball for, seemingly 10 seconds looking down the field for a target. Now, all the receivers are injured, and so he didn't have his wideouts going for him in that game. And so when you look at that game, you say, wow, they sacked him 8 times. Well, they probably pressured him 8 total times the entire game. I just think that, to me, it was very disappointing. I've seen a lot of teams run the ball well on the Jets as well. I don't think their defense is nearly as good as maybe the numbers might indicate. You give Kyler Murray, 10, 15 seconds to throw the ball, as much as they did with Stroud, he's going to kill you with a couple of deep passes. The question is who on the Cardinals is most likely to catch a deep ball. Obviously Harrison is going to be the guy that, they rotate their coverage to. He's the logical guy to catch a deep ball. Can they get the ball to him or not down the field? I got to believe the answer to that is yes. The Thursday night game was a classic example of that. It's like, well, the Bengals don't have Higgins. They basically have one outside receiver. You're playing the Ravens defense. They got to know, Chase is the only guy they can throw the ball to. So they're going to be all over him. And yet he still has, 200 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns somehow. I think Harrison is that kind of a talent. I think he's going to get deep in this game a time or two.
Okay.
I think he's somebody in this game, probably multiple guys. And unfortunately, they don't have that speed receiver, that Jameson Williams guy who just runs deep patterns all the time. And, given enough time, Murray, will find this guy a couple of times in the game. So it comes down to McBride and it comes down to Harrison as the guys who are the most likely guys to catch a 50-yard pass in this game. I'd give them both a chance to do that. In fact, a nice, I don't know what kind of numbers they put on something like that, but I'd give them, a nice parlay between the two of them, each to catch a pass over 50 yards. It's got to make a nice payoff. I think it's very possible again, the way the Jets are playing.
All right. Best I could do is 30 yards, and Harrison Jr. is at 2-1. McBride is at 5-1.
There you go. And so
So-
you put those together, you get a nice
payout.
Oh, I mean, that's so yeah, and it's 30 yards for each of them.
Yep. Yeah, 30-yard reception by Harrison is at plus 200. McBride is at 5-1. Yep.
Okay, I like it. I mean, you put those together, and you what are you paying there? 20-1?
Let's see here. I'll have to delete I'll have to delete the ticket we're building. But yeah, I think that'll be. Let's see here. If I do my calculated math in my head, $10 should win you a couple $100 anyway. I would think.
That's what I would think.
Yeah. 20-1. Yeah. Okay. So higher scoring game here then, 46.5. If the Cardinals are going to move it, do you expect the Jets to move it?
I mean, I would. Yes, I think that'll be the case. I think that the Jets offensively will have enough weapons now to play to the level of the opponent. The question is, how many points can the opponent put up? I don't think this is a crazy high game. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up 24-23 or 27-24. But if I had to pick one or the other, I would think that I take over the total.
Okay, over the total. Let's not get crazy. Okay.
Yeah, right.
All right. Do you think the Jets win?
I think it's very 50-50.
Very 50.
I don't think the Jets are the better team here,
right?
Necessarily, the way Arizona's been playing. I think it's going to be a close game that could go either way. And if I'm right, and if the Cardinals get a couple of big scores in this game, that should be enough to tilt the balance in their favor.
Public getting burned on Arizona the last 2 seasons, so we'll see if that happens again this week with the favorite Jets. Okay, Eagles laying 7 at Dallas. Our final game on the afternoon before we get to the night stuff. 43.5. Here is the total. You just said it. Not much of a drop off from Dak to Cooper Rush, and they can't run the ball, so we might see some Trey Lance. Is 43.5 a low number? You have a bad Dallas defense here with the health issues.
Well, that's the problem with the Eagles. With Smith and Brown are both injured again.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's possible Brown's going to play. Doesn't sound like
I have them both listed right now, so it looks like they're trending the right way. But they could get the old scratch at kickoff for sure. Yep.
There's too much of an uncertainty there for
right.
me. I think that Ferguson, young quarterbacks come in. Who do they look to? Obviously in their team, you're going to try to get the ball to Lamb, but I think it'll be easier to get the ball to Ferguson. He's been very busy in recent weeks. I expected him to have a big season this year. He didn't start out that way, but he certainly headed in that direction. I like, the way he's trending. And like I said, I think that Rush, I don't expect a drop off in the passing yards. And like you said, and Dallas' defense is so bad that it ain't like Dallas is going to run the ball and try to grind out a win or to hold the late lead or whatever. They're probably going to be playing catch up. I think Ferguson's got a good chance to go over his catches or yards or touchdown, maybe even. And then I think the real, like I said, the real long shot in this game is, can you get a number for Lance on an anytime touchdown? That would be that would take our 20-1 ticket on the Arizona parlay up to 200-1. And that, that's worth throwing on to end right. one of the super right. greedy tickets. Right, so, right. What do you got on Ferguson?
Let's see. Ferguson for his receiving yards is at both books off the board right now.
I guess that's, due to the quarterback situation.
Due to the quarterback situation. And
yeah,
nothing on Lance yet, but he'll probably pop up if we see him sneak in on a play, which is run to your phone and grab it.
We've seen this, a lot in the late games. They don't post the numbers on the late game, so they get more information on the day of the game on who's playing, who's not playing. But I keep an eye on Ferguson. I think that if the number of catches or the yardage, I think both are going to be reasonable. I can easily see him 8 catches for 80 yards in this game. And then, if the Lance thing pops up, I definitely would tag it on to something.
And buyer beware. I say it all the time on the show, hardly ever with you on there. But the difference in some of these books is, crazy. One book has Mingo at 10-1 for a score. The other one is plus 475 for Dallas. So that's quite the difference. One book pays double than the other on your anytime touchdown. Okay, so our primary ticket is as follows right now. Dobbins over 64.5 rushing yards. 49ers over 28.5 team points. DeAndre Hopkins for a touchdown. Aaron Jones over 70.5 rushing yards. That pays 18-1 at the moment. Am I missing anything?
Well, I put Harris on there as well.
Okay, so we were putting
3.5.
Right. So that will make everything closer to 40-1 now. 41, 42-1. All right. That night game, we have the Lions and the Texans. We'll get to Detroit since we always count them as a fun team. 48.5 here. Texans bombarded by injuries. We still won't have Nico. Yeah, we do have Nico Collins listed here. So that makes things a little bit more interesting if he plays. We also have Jameson Williams back. That didn't last long. I guess he'll face some sort of suspension coming up. But Diggs is gone for the season. That might not matter. Collins and Dell are pretty formidable, especially if they can get a little bit of help from Schultz, but I don't see him listed actually. Yeah, no, I do.
I think
he's in there.
Well, Collins, I think, is still doubtful. I think he's returned to practice in a limited capacity. I at best he's questionable for this game, so I wouldn't necessarily be counting on him, to do much.
Closer to game time.
The way Detroit's going,
how do you not take them? Yeah.
How can you play against them?
26.5 is their team total points. That sounds easy in this game.
I agree. And I think, I think Jameson Williams coming back has a chance to, score a touchdown or to get a long gainer in some way. I would certainly look at him
put him on a 30-yard receiver ticket.
Exactly. Right.
All right. That's off the board at the moment, the 30-yard receivers for this game. And then let's see, 26.5, we like the total over.
I put Detroit's team total of 26.5.
Yep.
Wow. They usually have that by half.
Yeah. Okay. So we can put that on our primary ticket as well.
Yeah.
Jameson Williams for a touchdown is at plus 240.
Yeah, I think it's possible, but I also think that, if they're going to put they put 2-1 on Harrison to get a catch over 30 yards. What are they going to put on Williams? They put a 3-1 or a 4-1 on him for a catch over 30 yards. I think that's giving money away.
All right, so we're going to put.
I keep an eye on that.
We'll keep an eye on that. Jameson Williams, 30-yard reception list. All right, I like it. All right, and we'll take the Lions team points and we'll put that on our.
Absolutely.
All right, we have one other NFC West team on Monday night, and they will host your Dolphins. So a chance here with the Rams and Dolphins to be an explosive game. I would see this as a higher scoring game. Maybe Miami plays their best game in a while. The Rams, I think, are somewhat of a naturally over team at this point with their talent at wide receivers as well. So I could see points in this one. Agree?
I would hope so, because we always get around to talking about my fantasy team.
Yeah, right.
and a big win last week, big point total, big win, which I desperately needed.
Right.
I need another one this week, and lo and behold, guess who's going up against Chase on Thursday night? So,
wow,
dug
of course,
myself a big
55
hole.
points for Chase.
Fortunately,
last night.
Fortunately, I
Thursday.
had Andrews, as my tight end, so I got back some of it, but it's going to be an uphill climb all week, and then it's going to come down to Monday night, where I've got my two Dolphins, Achan and Hill, and my Ram, Cooper Kupp. They're all playing Monday night, and question is, how far behind am I going to be at that point? Hopefully, like you said, and I would agree, that this game has a really good chance to be very high scoring. I just hope it doesn't disappoint in that regard. The Rams with Nakua back after he got thrown out last week. And that's not necessarily a good thing for Kupp, but it's a good thing for the Rams scoring points. The way Tua throws the ball to Achan, I'm very confident in his ability to put up numbers again. Question is, can he get the ball to Hill? And he only targeted him 5 times last week, 4 catches for 80 yards. So he's finding them downfield, just not often enough. So I need Hill to have a Chase type performance, to be honest with you. But I'm confident in Achan. I'm confident in Kupp. I'd hate to be 60 points behind going into that game and needing everybody to play well. But I do think it's possible that all of them will play well. So I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. Pick your poison there. I think there's a lot of different ways. Certainly, Achan has been the most consistent of the Dolphins. Tua came back. He's gotten 8 targets in each of the last 2 games, 14 catches for 108 yards and 2 touchdowns. And so that's just, in receiving. So, he clearly likes to throw him the ball. I'd want him, if anybody in this game, I'd want him involved in one of my tickets.
All right. Let's see here. 30-yard reception, Tyreek Hill plus 110. I mean, I would put him on that list, right? And hope that this is the breakout game for that. And then, let's see. My man, Demarcus Robinson scored again. I mean, talk about a player who's hot. His baseline's 29.5. That looks like an over to me. He's plus 270 for a touchdown. Might as well throw him on that list as well at a nice price on a B-side greedy ticket. That's where I would look as well on that game. Okay, so hopefully we'll get a lot of points here on Monday nights. Let's see here. All right, I guess that covers it, Dave. You want to play a little fantasy? See who's on the free agent wire real quick. Let's see who we can grab off the list. Anything else you want to note about the games?
No.
Okay. All right. How about Chase Brown? 22.4 points for me. And that's your strategy. Back up your running backs with some guys who have a chance. And lo and behold, Chase Brown for me has emerged as a legit number 1 starter. How about that?
Yeah, well, it's a draft philosophy that I've used successfully over the years, and it's where there is not quality, draft quantity, and in quantity, look for guys who have a chance to be the primary ball carrier. Sometimes these guys are injured or an injury away or whatever. So we're talking about the 10th, 11th, 9th, 10th, 11th rounds. You've already got 2 or 3 running backs. Look for that situation where you can say, man, if this guy ever became the primary ball carrier there, he would be, he'd be a definitely fantasy starter. And you'll always find a couple of guys like that. And because you're drafting them as a 4th or 5th or even 6th running back, if they never pan out, so what? I've got my starters, drafted them earlier anyway. But if they do pan out, you end up with a starting running back that you drafted in the 10th round. And that just opens the door for maybe you to make trades with other guys you've drafted. And so that to me, it's there are always teams like that. In fact, you look at the Chargers this year, guys we've talked about here, in Dobbins, you knew the Chargers would be running the ball. They had Edwards as well as Dobbins, so there was no guarantee that, either one of them was going to be the big ball carrier. But if you projected to, I'm going to take a shot, I'm going to take, Dobbins, he's more of an every down back, that he's going to be that guy by the middle of the season, and used your 11th round pick on him, well, guess what? You put yourself in a really good position. And so, that to me is, to me, a tried and true fantasy draft philosophy.
Quarterbacks available for this week if we need to pick one up. You have Daniel Jones on your team, so he's available. I see Caleb Williams. I see Drake May. I see Flacco. I see Derek Carr. And there's Cooper Rush. So who's your best opportunity there? It has to be Jones, right?
I think Jones, this was kind of my thinking last week as well. I think Jones is the safest play. And that is because, A, the opponent is terrible, and B, because he's going to give you something running the ball. Even if Jones, passes for 150 yards and one touchdown, and you say, oh my God, that's terrible. Well, I forgot to tell you, he rushed for 40 yards and a score. Oh, well, that's good.
Right.
That puts him over the top.
Nice safe play.
And, and so if you're just looking, and I think this is a problem a lot of times in fantasy when you've got your quarterback on a bye or he's injured or whatever, you're looking for the guy who's going to score the most points. And it's like, no, you don't need this guy to win for you. You just don't want this guy to lose for you. And so, take the safest play, the guy that you're most sure, is going to give you 12 to 15 points, not the 18 to 20 that you're used to from your starting quarterback. That's okay. I'll sacrifice, 4, 5, 6 points on my quarterback with my star injured or my star on a bye, and try to make up for that, with the rest of the team, rather than like last week, for example, Jameis Winston was available, and he had come off a real good game the week before. And I thought, oh man, if he gets it rolling again, he could put up 25 points. Well, Jameis Winston turned into Jameis Winston last week. He scored 3 points or something, and that kills you, So that to me that's the difference between Daniel Jones and Cooper Rush this week. I think Cooper Rush could have a really good game, but he could also have a really bad game. And I don't want to take that chance. If he plays well this week, then next week, obviously, I'll feel a lot better about it. But I want to see it first. And so give me Daniel Jones against this bad team, and, give me the 12 to 15 points. He had more than that last week, way more than that last week. I think he was in the 20s last week.
Right.
And I'll take that. And like I said, just hope that Tyreek Hill decides he's going to catch a couple of nice long passes for me this week. And that'll be the difference between me and winning and losing, rather than you took Cooper Rush and he threw 4 interceptions.
If there's no Daniel Jones available, I would look at probably Flacco over Rush, just hoping that he finds some of that magic indoors in Indianapolis. Right.
Yeah,
knowing Minnesota was disappointing last week.
Last week was so disappointing.
It was.
And I think what I learned last week is that Pittman looks terrible. I mean, he's just not playing. Physically, he doesn't seem to be.
Maybe he's hurt. We don't know about it. Yeah,
injured, anymore. And and this is a team that doesn't really throw a lot to their tight end. They need their wideouts to do well. So I mean, maybe I'm overreacting to one bad performance, but I've really soured on Flacco at this point.
All right, Dave, your primary ticket pays 70-1. Aaron Jones over 70.5 rushing yards. DeAndre Hopkins for a touchdown. The 49ers to score over 28.5. J.K. Dobbins over 64.5 rushing yards. We'll go with Najee Harris in his over 63.5 rushing yards. And the Lions over 26.5 team points. 70-1. Sound good to you?
That sounds great to me. Where am I going to spend the money?
Your best 2 touchdown scores chances this week. Aaron Jones go on that list potentially, right?
He's not I don't know.
Yeah.
He's not a great, touchdown scorer necessarily. I think Dobbins could definitely go on that list.
Okay.
I think that.
Give me 1 or 2 more if you can think of it. Yep.
Okay, and then so let's see.
Higher scoring game, Rams and Dolphins, right?
The 49ers. I'd like to put either McCaffrey or Debo on that list. But the problem there is, you even mentioned, Kittle could get involved, and next thing you know, Jennings catches a touchdown pass.
Right.
Then everybody has one.
Right.
Who else? I'd love to see Achane get 2 touchdowns this week. I think it's possible.
Dobbins and Achane sounds like a good winnable ticket. Yeah.
That's. I don't really see. I think that Harrison, has a chance to score 2 touchdowns this week as well. So, you want a long shot? I'd give you Algier to score 2 touchdowns.
Interesting. There we go. All right.
So,
all right. I like it. Let's see here. The Harrison. I gotta delete these guys. Stand by. Just out of interest. Let's see. 650-1. $10 wins you 6,500. 2 touchdowns for Achane, Dobbins, and Marvin Harrison Jr. All right.
Wow. That's nice.
Yeah, not too bad. You want to throw Algiers on there just to see what's really crazy?
Well,
you can play them both. You can play one for $5 and you can play for $2.50 if you want to. But if you throw Algiers on there,
you're looking for the national headline on the guy who turned $10 into
98,000. It would be $98,000 if we add Algier to the stuff. Okay, so good enough.
You're greedy. Go for it.
All right, 10-4. All right, Dave, enjoy the games, man. I appreciate it. Good conversation this week. Yep. All right, talk soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We will be right back after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outlets outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting up the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in Guantanamo. Like Pharaoh getting plagued from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most of the curious unload. Contents under pressure. About to explode like Lufarino. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I think you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like I wonder from my oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. We got momentum approval. If the doctor dances cause our views get futile, it's brutal. So expensive, penny speed, and every bond symbols on suspended sentence.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance cause like the president intent.
Hence,
Your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method, yes, you guess it.
blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh,
a
I declare.
It's a state of emergency, the president assents. So don't expect the reality, depend on the humanity. If you're done forgiving, then you can't resist the skin. So give yourself a moving, it's still feel the war, emotion, all you see.
Cross, cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
Let's go back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997. Greg Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Greg. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never fear, though I said all night. I got a ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand, I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just a side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one. Yeah. You think? This is not mine. I gotta rise. Each time I stay all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just a side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
Good morning here on the Round Robin, right at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am Stephen Murray. Nephew Dave now joins us in studio. Good morning, David. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Happy Sunday.
How was your? I know how your Saturday was because our Capitals won 8-1
on a back-to-back at that.
On a back-to-back, yeah. After losing to Pittsburgh the night before, 4-2, in which the Ant-Man with Evgeny Malkin.
Yeah, how about that?
Next goal scorer to end the game.
You gotta love that.
Yeah. So 8-1. What about that Capitals game yesterday, Dave?
Oh, Steve, that was that's the way they had to bounce back. They did not bring their best game into that Pittsburgh game. I think even the coach said so. They just kind of got away from the success that they've been having, and the coach knew that, so he got them right, and they responded in the way that they needed to, especially on a back-to-back. You know, very disappointed in that game Friday. I know probably the whole player staff is. So again, they just kind of cruised into that one thinking, oh, Pittsburgh's not that great this year. We'll come and beat up on them. Didn't happen. So good response, Steve, and that's what we like to see.
And a good time to promo What the Puck is Going On, airing every Monday night here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. What the Puck is Going On is our coverage of the National Hockey League. Nephew Dave will host it. And I'll be his sidekick for that for most of the season. We'll switch it back and forth a little bit. But excited to talk hockey every Monday night. So catch that programming here on our YouTube channel, which is Deep End, like a pool, deep end of a swimming pool. So Deep End 757 Broadcasting. That's the YouTube channel. You can get us on the Twitter at Deep End 757. And the website has all our content linked on there, deependbroadcasting.com. All right. We have some tickets. I'm going to rotate up through the production screen this morning. I'll throw our interception winner on from last week on there. Dave, congratulations on coming up with a nice interception ticket together.
Oh, I'll tell you, it was a joint effort all around, Steve, but a good win nonetheless.
Yep. And we talked about the ticket on Thursday night that we've won as well. If you're just tuning in, Mommy Megan, the girlfriend of the Ant-Man, coming through again for the 7th time on Thursday night, picking 2 touchdown scorers out. And we get home with Bateman and Hudson. So in a sense, we're really all free rolling in the studio this week already. We can count it up as a W for us overall. All right, so we'll rotate some tickets for today up on the screen. What we'll do now with me and David. And the Ant-Man might be on injured reserve. He's kind of lost his voice. He wants to pipe in a little bit. But he might have to take the morning off here because of his vocals. So we'll see if he chimes in at all. But nonetheless, me and Dave are used to carrying the weight around here for this program if we need to. So what we'll do is we'll talk Survivor Pool right now. We'll look at the updated lines. Dave, why don't you cue up the list of games for us?
All right.
We'll go through that list. I need to pick a Survivor Pool myself. I'm still in it with Miss Kelly. It's been two of us fighting it out ever since the Bills and the Jags played and the Commanders and the Bengals on Monday night way back when. It's been two of us fighting for 1/4 of the pot. We've already chopped 3/4 of it. So we'll see if me or Mrs. Kelly can get home this afternoon. Picking the same teams a lot is what we've been doing. Philly last week. We'll see if we can switch sides today. All right, Dave, what do you got for Survivor?
All right, first up, game on right now, Giants and Panthers.
Yeah, we do have NFL football underway right now. Just underway, Giants and Panthers. Go ahead, Dave.
So that's going to be a negative for me. You would have had to play that this weekend anyway.
Right.
But I think the consensus there is probably definitely not. All right, next, Steelers, Commanders. Steve, we'll talk everything about this game once we get there. I just don't see a survivor play there.
I don't either. Pass.
Bills and the Colts. Maybe the Bills if you still have them.
Bills and the Colts. I think so. The injuries for Buffalo concern me a little bit. Anytime you have Flacco out there, it could be a disaster. So I'll pass on that.
Minnesota Vikings going to Jacksonville today to take on the Jaguars. Maybe Minnesota if you got them. I mean, Jacksonville's the team to pick on, right?
Honestly, it's an interesting one. Do I want Minnesota? I'm going to put them on the list. I'll consider that, actually.
Yeah, they were considered. I already fired mine away, and we'll get there, but they were in consideration.
Right.
All right, the Broncos at the Chiefs. Is this going to be a good game? I guess we'll find out. You got anything for the Broncos or the Chiefs? I don't think so.
Well, I've used them both, so not for me.
Yeah, and I would have had to take in Denver, so
right.
No, negative.
Yeah, but somehow I got through with Denver. I've taken them at some point. I think when they beat the Raiders is when I took them.
Right. Well, their good start was certainly helpful for that.
Yep.
The Atlanta Falcons in New Orleans to take on the Saints.
That's a full pass.
Yeah, I don't like it. We talk a lot about divisional games and that, so I'm going to pass as well. The Niners at the Buccaneers. Steve, I have a feeling that you could make a case for the 49ers. That was a good game Tampa Bay played the other day, and I'm not so sure, even though they do get McCaffrey back, it would be a pass from me.
I would consider the 49ers in this scenario. Dave Del Grande loves them today. But for my pool specifically, it looks like I have used them. I thought I had them open, but I do not. So I am in the books with San Francisco, so pass for me.
All right. Well, Steve, how about the Patriots taking on the Bears?
Pass.
Yes, definitely pass. All right, Steve, here is my pick. The Tennessee Titans are in L.A. L.A., man, that defense is pretty darn good over there. Give me the Chargers. That is my selection this week.
I wonder if this is going to be a competitive game just because the Chargers could play it to that way because they're not going to blow anyone completely out of the water, although they beat the Browns pretty handily last week. I could see the Chargers here, but I think I might just go for what I think is the sure thing coming up here in a few minutes.
All right.
Go ahead.
Next up, that would leave the Eagles and the Cowboys.
Pass on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've used Philly already, so I can't use it.
Yeah, I think I have as well. New York Jets taking on the Arizona Cardinals today. Definitely pass for me.
Survivor pool, pass.
Yep. Yes. All right. Detroit taking on the Texans. Steve, that's a pass for me as well.
Really? I like Detroit. I think Detroit wins this game. They're the better team here. They are an animal. So give me Detroit. If I'm going to go to the battle and lose with someone today, it might as well be what I think is the best team in the NFL.
Well, yeah, so, definitely a good case there, Steve. I mean, I could see why for sure.
Right. So give me Detroit. And I think Kelly has used Detroit, if I remember correctly. So this might give me a leg up. On a separate pick anyway. So we'll take that route.
All right, and then we're going to go to Monday with the Dolphins and the Rams. I actually like the Rams in this game, but Survivor pass.
Pass altogether, yep.
All right, that is the Survivor slate.
All right, let's get into the slate of games. What we'll do now is we'll look at all the numbers. We'll look at all the angles. If you're new to the program, I mean, we're going to give you everything here. Passing touchdowns, rushing yards for quarterbacks, receive yards for running backs, 2 touchdown scores, correct scores at times. We'll get it all here as the Giants have a 4th and 13 at the Carolina 43, and they will punt the ball. Bryce Young will come and get his first opportunity shortly. We have the game in the studio, so we'll be able to follow closely along. The first game on my board this morning, Dave, is Chicago and the Patriots, 6.5 and 38.5. I've heard a lot of talk towards the under. It sounds like it would be an under game, right?
It does.
It just has that full makeup. But we do have a 60-degree day. It's going to be sunny. And, the Patriots have been playing a little feisty here. And I feel like the Bears have something they want to prove on offense as well. So that being said, with Drake May being a little feisty, a nice little player, and kind of a top 5 quarterback duel here of the rookies, right, Dave?
Yeah, yep.
With Williams and Drake May. Maybe we have some unexpected points on this low-hanging number. So where I've heard a lot of unders this week, I'm going to actually stray towards the over a little bit on this game. I'm not going to say that they're going to blow it out here. But give me a chance for some points in this Patriots-Bears game. May likes to run. May likes to throw. The Bears have plenty of offensive weapons themselves. So why not see some points on the board here on this low-hanging number of 38.5? Now, the Bears have a lot to correct. We don't like the way DJ Moore walked off the field last week. So that's enough to get him on my fantasy bench. But I could just, in a weird way, see some points. Is it the best play on the day? Probably not. I could probably find some better things to bet on. But as far as this game goes, I'll give it a shot here at over 38.5. The passing numbers for these quarterbacks are Williams at 206.5, Drake May at 193.5. So those are some very low-hanging numbers if you want to get some good alternate numbers over. 250 for Williams is at plus 280. 250 for Drake May is at plus 390. That's a great little number today. For their touchdowns, Drake May for 3 is at plus 1,300. How about that? Caleb Williams is for 3 touchdowns at plus 700. So just those two guys together to throw for 3 touchdowns is going to be a nice payout of 68-1 odds. So $10 will win you $670 and change on that. So interesting that you can get some good numbers right there on those. As far as the receiver numbers, let's see here. Hooper is at 11.5. Ramondre Stevenson 15.5. I'd like to see an alternate number on Stevenson. I do have it here. 25 yards for Stevenson's at plus 210. I could probably go to battle with that today as well. Kendrick Bourne's at 20.5. Kayshon Boutte, who Dave's going to go back to the well on, was one player short on a big ticket last week. 24.5. DeMario Douglas, 35.5. Swift, 16.5. Seems like a low receiver number for me. Cole Kmet, 27.5. Cole Kmet was on fire, and he's completely disappeared. Hunter Henry is at 41.5. Odunze, 39.5. Keenan Allen, 40.5. DJ Moore, 47.5. So the numbers are low enough here to where you can get some good payouts if you mix some of these guys up. And if you look at the touchdowns here, even money for Swift, Stevenson plus 150, DJ Moore plus 210, Keenan Allen plus 260, Roshan Johnson plus 260, Odunze 3-1 is a nice number. Cole Kmet plus 340, Caleb Williams plus 350. Both of these quarterbacks to run for a touchdown is a possibility. Drake May is plus 360. That pays 17-1 if you want both of the quarterbacks to have a rushing touchdown. Hunter Henry's plus 410, DeMario Douglas 5-1, Boutte plus 650. As far as the 2 touchdown scorers go, Swift is at plus 650. Stevenson at 11-1. You're going to get some good numbers here, guys. Roshan Johnson and ladies, 19-1. DJ Moore, 19-1. Keenan Allen, 27-1. Odunze, 29-1. Kmet, 32-1. Caleb Williams, 32-1. Drake May, 33-1. Hunter Henry, 45-1. DeMario Douglas, 80-1. So some big numbers, Dave. What are you looking at in this game?
So Steve, I was thinking you talked about the Patriots, having that feisty nature, even though they've come up short, a couple times this year, but they do give you a game. Steve, I'm going to go with the Stevenson touchdown today. I'm feeling that one. And then you were absolutely right. We're getting a really nice number on a Boutte. I am certainly going back to the well. You called it. 20 yards, about 20 yards short last week. So very close on that. And they tried to get it to him. So why not go back to the well there? I mean, 40 plus yards for him, Steve, is plus 265. We're going to ride with that today.
All right. I like it, Dave. I like it. Let's see. Team total points for this game. I took the Patriots at a nice number, alternate number. They're 16.5 flat, even money. And their alternate is the Bears flat number is at 22.5. The Patriots alternate total to get to 21 points today is at plus 230. So nice price to get over 20.5 points. Just to 20 points is at plus 168. If you think they can just score 20, that's not the worst number in the world either, to be honest. All right, next game on the board here. Bills and the Colts. Bills minus 4.5, 46.5. The Colts coming off a bad loss and a bad game plan at Minnesota last week. We'll see if Flacco gets more aggressive through the air to start the game. Hey, look at this. Carolina. Is that Sanders?
I think it is.
I think that's Sanders with a long either catch or run for Carolina. That's a pitch.
Yep.
Or is that Brooks?
Number 30.
That is.
It's Hubbard, and I didn't even score that, too.
Okay. That was Chuba. I do have Chuba on a ticket for 2 touchdowns.
Give it to him again.
He's probably tired is the problem. But inside the 5-yard line now is Carolina trying to get up on the Giants early. Bills with a nice last-second win at home last week against the Dolphins. 4.5, 46.5. What are your first thoughts on this one?
So, Steve, let's see. We're going to go what do I like in this game? I'm going to go back to the well with the Alec Pierce anytime score today. Now that we've got Flacco in there, maybe he finds him a little more. I think that's really the X factor for making that play because we're gonna give it one more try. He's always got a nice number and he gets his yards, but can't find his way in. Steve, I could definitely see him finding his way in today. And then I took a little flyer on that prop, the touchdown field goal, and I included this game in on that. Again, with the Flacco news, and that's be 15-1, Steve, for a touchdown and field goal in each half for these teams.
For each team, yeah, interesting. So touchdown field goal list. I'll start that list myself. We'll put this as a nominee.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. I do like Pierce plus 270 for his touchdown number.
I think you could see an over here today too, maybe.
Yeah, I do. I think I do see some points here. 46.5 is the baseline. I got a touchdown scoring number for Jonathan Taylor minus 140, James Cook minus 120, the Bills plus 150, Dalton Kincaid plus 150, Shakir plus 175, Downs plus 220. So it looks like Cooper's going to be out, and it looks like the rookie Coleman's out as well. Josh Downs plus 220, Adonai Mitchell plus 350. Curtis Samuel and Mac Hollins are interesting guys. Hollins scored again last week. He's plus 460. I'm going to have to consider him if there's going to be a lot of points. Curtis Samuel is at plus 420. And how about my man Ray Davis at plus 380? I asked Del Grande, with Buffalo perhaps running away with this division and their injuries that they sustained in the playoffs last year, do they kind of pull the reins back on Cook a little bit, give him a little bit of a break, let Ray Davis carry the load a little bit more? And he was on board with that philosophy. So we'll look at some Ray Davis numbers, but plus 380 is a nice touchdown price for that. Dawson Knox plus 550 is a good number as well. Let's see what we have for receiving yards for Ray Davis today. Oh, man, they don't have him listed. Dang it. Why don't you have him listed?
Let me see if I can find them.
Yeah, why don't you see if you can find them. Shakir and Kincaid are the only ones I have listed for the Bills, which is kind of a slap in my face. James Cook had actually 15.5 is not too bad receiving yards numbers wise. I'm going to have to note him down. I'm always good with Cook receiving as well. He can certainly do that. Shakir 63.5, Kincaid 47.5. Cook 15.5 is a low number. Jonathan Taylor at 21.5. I'd had it last week. It came back to bite me. Maybe today's the day. Against a decent Buffalo defense, 21.5 for him. rushing prop numbers. Allen is at 24.5. Just seems low for Josh Allen, 24.5. I'm going to have to take a look at that.
And he was not on my board either, Steve. So
Okay.
No number for that.
James Cook, 65.5. I do have Ray Davis rushing at 21.5. So that's a number you could possibly play, considering even if Buffalo was killing him here in the second half, Davis is definitely going to get the load and take the burden off of Cook, I think. Flacco for his passing yards, 250 pays 250 or more pays plus 154. Josh Allen, 250 yards or more pays plus 142. 300 yards or more is at plus 490 for Josh Allen. That's interesting, even without the injured wide receivers. Josh Allen touchdown passes, 3 of them is at plus 350. Flacco for his touchdown passes, 3 of them is at plus 560. I like the Allen rushing yards. That's interesting to me at 24.5. And I might take some long shots on like Mac Hollins again to score a touchdown. I'm going to have to put him on an obscure player ticket. And I do like your Antonio Pierce call as well.
Well, I think that Hollins play is pretty solid because he has 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So I mean he's getting his target. So I think that's a really good play.
And they're missing two wide receivers. So he's got to be the guy to fill in the void.
Absolutely. And I have him at plus 425. So I think he's going to find his way on for sure.
We have a Carolina touchdown. Did you see who scored it, Dave?
It was Javonte Sanders.
Oh, wow. Okay. So not Miles, but Javonte, number 0 for the Panthers. They have a 7-0 lead over the Giants. 7:48 left first quarter. All right, next game for us is Minnesota at Jacksonville. We got a Mac Jones sighting in this game. The Vikings laying 7:43.5. They get off the mat with a nice win against Indianapolis last weekend. Let's see. What do we have for Darnold today? 243.5 is his baseline number. You got to figure that's an under. I mean, just because, without Justin Jefferson, I mean, he could run at 100 yards. We saw what Jamar Chase did on Thursday night.
Right.
I mean, it didn't take much for Joe Burrow to go over. But Dave Del Grande thinks is Aaron Jones running the ball all day because Jacksonville has nothing. They have a bad team. They have a bunch of injuries. They're definitely a wounded animal. Mac Jones is 204.5 for his baseline passing yards. Mac Jones for an interceptions at minus 156. I would go ahead and put him on the list for interceptions today. If we start that list up as well.
Who was it?
Mac Jones. Sam Darnold for a pick is at minus 122. I think Jones definitely probably throws one. He's good for it.
Right.
And the passing touchdowns today, Darnold for 3. Excuse me, it's a 3-1. His passing yards alternate 250 or more is just that plus 102. I don't have any alternate numbers on Mac Jones, interestingly enough. So, for him to have the most passing yards in the game, Mac Jones is at plus 200, which actually might not be the worst bet, considering the Vikings may actually be running the ball the whole time. Mac Jones could just be back there trying to throw it because they have no other choice.
Right.
Touchdowns for this game. Jefferson's an auto play every week.
Yep.
Aaron Jones minus 115. Jefferson's a minus 115. Bigsby plus 185. We do have Brian Thomas Jr., so that's encouraging for Jacksonville, plus 240. They do have Travis Etienne. That's encouraging, plus 240. Addison's plus 270. Hawkinson's plus 280. Evan Ingram plus 310. Gabe Davis is back at plus 490. Could you find your way on an obscure ticket today? Maybe. 2 touchdowns in this game. Aaron Jones plus 550. Jefferson 6-1. Bigsby 15-1. Etienne 20-1. Brian Thomas Jr. 20-1. Addison 26-1. Hawkinson 27-1. Cam Akers 33-1. Evan Ingram 34-1. Gabe Davis 60-1 on a long shot ticket here. And what we've been doing every week is building a touchdown madness ticket for the 1:00 games. I guess we need to kind of do that, right? Since we've been doing it every week, and that's what you're tuning in for, maybe specifically. So if I need to pick a good long shot touchdown guy in this game, Dave, how about Gabe Davis at 60-1?
All right.
Why not?
Yep.
If we just rewind a minute. But what are your thoughts on this game overall?
So, Steve, it's just not much. I do have the autoplay Jefferson in a ticket. And then I went with I also went with a little Jordan Addison today. I think he could see some action. I'm expecting just kind of a complete blowout here on the half of Minnesota. Maybe a under team points for Jacksonville. They might have a tough time scoring today if they get any at all with that Minnesota defense. So maybe a sneaky under team total play for Jacksonville as well.
Okay. I do like that. The team points today. What do you have for Jacksonville's team points?
Let's see here. Let's go to the
I see 17.5. And I got 25.5 for Minnesota, which I think that could go over for sure.
Oh, right. I don't have the baseline, but they're paying pretty good. Steve, if you want to go under 2 touchdowns today, plus 180 at under 13.5, Jacksonville.
Oh, I actually see that at plus 200. Nice. Okay. That's not the worst bet in the world, honestly. But nonetheless, we'll throw Gabe Davis at 60-1 on our long shot obscure ticket.
I'm going to jot that down, though, because that might get played.
Let's see here. Other receiving numbers for this game. Did we go through that? Hawkinson, 35.5. Aaron Jones, just 22.5. Addison, 39.5. Justin Jefferson, 92.5. Gabe Davis, 28.5. Still a lot of players off the board for this one this morning. All right. I like the Minnesota team points over. I like your Jacksonville under, Dave. So I'll stick with those two. And give me a Hawkinson touchdown today. I think he gets one.
There you go.
At a nice plus number. All right, next game on the board for us. Denver and the Chiefs. Kansas City 7.5, 41.5. I said it with Del Grande. I can make a case for the favorite. I can make a case for the underdog. I can make a case for the over. I can make a case for the under. All that being said, Dave, give me correct score 24-17. That should land right on the 7 and the 41.5 as a bookie special, right?
Right.
Half point off either way. The correct score for that game today, if it's Chiefs 24 and Broncos 17, will be 65-1 odds. So 65-1 Chiefs and the Broncos 24-17. Let's see. Touchdown scores in this game. Hunt is at minus 135. Kelsey plus 140. DeAndre Hopkins plus 160. Javonte Williams 2-1. Xavier Worthy plus 230. Bo Nix plus 330. Cortland Sutton plus 350. Mahomes 4-1. Estime is at 5-1. Noah Gray is at 6-1 for touchdowns today. 2 touchdown scores. Hunt is at plus 440. Hopkins at plus 1,100. Kelsey 11-1. Javonte Williams 15-1. Xavier Worthy 18-1. Bo Nix 31-1. Cortland Sutton at 38-1. We'll throw on the touchdown madness ticket because that's a big payout for him. Mahomes 41-1. Noah Gray 80-1. What are your first thoughts on this game, Dave?
Steve, I like Kansas City in this matchup. I'm going to go with a DeAndre Hopkins touchdown. What a connection that can be there.
Yeah. Del Grande loves him on his prime ticket. Yep.
Absolutely. And then we're going to give Worthy some love. I was going to say maybe look at Worthy at that 18-1 number for the touchdown madness. That he might find his way onto another 2 touchdown ticket, but we'll see. Give me Hopkins today and give me Worthy. I like the receivers out wide for Kansas City.
Interesting. In fact, maybe what I'll do is go ahead and pick a player on the Chiefs to add into this one as well. I like your Worthy angle, but let's throw Hopkins on there just for a ringer type of play here at 11-1. The quarterback props for this one. Let's see here. Mahomes 230.5 baseline. Bo Nix 202.5 baseline. I feel like he can get over that.
Yeah.
250 yards or more for Nix is at plus 290. Mahomes for 250 or more is at plus 148. So that's not the worst number either. It is a little concerning. They played a college game on this field yesterday. So you're wondering about the turf potentially. I think they had a little bit of rain there as well.
I saw that.
And after the rain on Monday night as well. So how's that field holding up in Kansas City? We shall see. The rushing props, Williams 35.5, Kareem Hunt 71.5, Knicks 26.5 seems low to me. Patrick Mahomes at 16.5. That actually seems a little low to me as well. And then the receiving yards wise, Kelsey's 59.5, Noah Gray 16.5, Watson 14.5, Worthy 31.5, DeAndre Hopkins 49.5, Cortland Sutton 44.5, Javonte Williams 19.5. Are the Panthers moving the ball on the Giants at will here? That's what it seems like to me. Yeah,
it does.
A big first down now for Carolina as they approach midfield. They'll try to finagle their way down towards the red zone and see if they can put a second score up here against the G-men, who are still asleep on this Sunday morning over there in Germany. A little jet laggish are those Giants, nephew Dave.
It does appear that way.
All right. I think this game's right on the number. I do like the Hopkins overall bet. Give me some Bo Nix rushing yards as well. Why not?
Yeah, he's probably gonna. That's probably a good play because that front for Kansas City is going to be bringing it. So he might find himself having to run.
All right, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and we got just 3 early games left. So we're moving right along here on this Sunday morning. Next game on the board, the Falcons minus 3.5 against the Saints, 46.5. A rematch of a game a few weeks ago. I like it better that we have Drake London in the game. I didn't like it when they pulled him out last week because I had him on some props, and he left the game after 1 touchdown. I needed him for that second one. But touchdown scores in this game, Kamara is at minus 140. Bijan minus 120. Drake London is at plus 170. Mooney plus 185. Here we go with Mooney again. I don't take him and he does something. I take him and he doesn't do anything. He scores last week when I don't take him. Mooney, you're just going to stay off my ticket. Taysom Hill plus 180 might find himself on something today. Algiers at plus 220 is a sleeper play for Dave Del Grande. Kyle Pitts plus 250. Ray McLeod scored last week plus 340 for him. Juwan Johnson plus 420. Foster Moreau plus 650 for a score. That's a good price for Moreau.
Yeah, it is.
A guy who could get into the end zone. The passing props for this game, Carr 207.5. Cousins 240.5. For 3 touchdowns for Carr is at 7-1. Cousins is at plus 330. Is this a shootout to you, Dave? Is this a higher scoring game? What are your thoughts on this game?
Steve, it is one that I think could be a candidate for the prop play. If you want
the touchdown field goal chaff.
If you want to jot that down,
yep.
Or I can jot it down. I like the Falcons here, Steve. I did take Mooney again. Like you said, you take him. He doesn't. You don't. He does. So I'm going to give him a try here again. And I did take London, so I have both of them on a ticket to score. We just need a little Chuba Hubbard action here to really kick the wheels on that. But I like the receivers out wide here for Atlanta.
2 touchdowns for Kamara plus 440, Bijan 5-1, Drake London 13-1, Darnell Mooney 14-1, Taysom Hill 14-1, Tyler Algier 17-1, Kyle Pitts 22-1. Mason Tipton 26-1. Ray McLeod 36-1. Let's go ahead and throw Foster Moreau at 80-1 on our long shot ticket today. Why not?
Why not?
We have the likes of Cortland Sutton, DeAndre Hopkins, Gabe Davis, Mac Hollins, Foster Moreau, and I threw Drake May on there. These 6 players, right now, if we just do this for 25 cents a leg on the threes, we're going to get, wow, all 16 of the 3-game parlays with this combo will pay $355,000 at a full clip of $4 totally invested. $4 to win $354,000. All right, so I can't even do the math. So 16 goes into 35 twice here. So we're looking at something like $20,000 a ticket on the average is what you're going to get if you hit 3 of these guys today. If we hit 2 of them at 25 cents each, Let's see here. Then we're going to look at not too bad. Almost an average of $500 off 25 cents.
Yeah, you're not mad at that.
Yeah, so we're going to have to play this on the touchdown madness. Receiving yards, let's see here. Any of the running backs we like receiving today. Nothing's really tipped my hat on the quarterback rushing yards either, to be honest, except for the Knicks and the May. But, like the obscure guys, like the quarterbacks here. Like I don't expect Carr or, in fact, they're not even listed, or Cousins to rush for anything. They're like 2.5 or 3.5 or something like that. Kamara for receiving 40.5, probably too much for me. London 60.5, Mooney 56.5, Bijan 30.5, Pitts 40.5, Juwan Johnson 31.5. Taysom Hill receiving 18.5 is interesting. Foster Moreau just at 17.5 for his total yards. I'm gonna have to take that over as well. So slowly finding some plays as we go along this morning. Really attacking a lot of these lower hanging numbers is what I like so far. Do you feel like you're a little limited this week, Dave, looking at this board?
A little bit. I was really looking for some players who were sneaky plays. One especially being Rodriguez, running back in Washington. He is sneakily getting with the Brian Robin injury. He's getting a little more playing time, and Steve, he runs hard, and he's making the most of it. Couldn't get numbers on him. A couple other guys I couldn't find some numbers on that I really wanted to play. So, yeah, Steve, I do kind of feel that way.
All right, next game on the board, San Fran and Tampa Bay. Dave Del Grande loves the 49ers today. They're laying 6.5 and 50.5. Touchdown scores for this one. McCaffrey, he's dropped a little bit. Now down to minus 220. Kittle plus 150 I like. Debo is at plus 155. Tampa Bay is, I said it last week, I'm saying it again this week. You can count the number of bad defenses on two hands in the NFL. Tampa Bay is certainly on this list defense-wise. Cade Otton plus 185. Rashad White plus 190. Bucky Irving plus 185. Jordan Mason plus 240 for a score. Sterling Shepard plus 250. Trey Palmer plus 280. Those are interesting guys just from the Baker perspective. He was getting the ball to him last week as well. He's just a gunslinger by nature. He can make any receiver look decent. Mayfield's 243.5, so they are expecting him to get some yards today. Baseline. Purdy is 260.5. Baker for 300 yards today is at plus 320. His 3 touchdowns is at plus 390. Purdy for 300 yards, although you got to figure McCaffrey is going to be a big part of the game plan. Purdy for 300 plus is at plus 235. Passing touchdowns for Purdy, 3 or more is at plus 300. The team points for San Fran is at 28.5. Del Grande likes that over as well. I'm going to take an alternate number on the 49ers over. I think they can have a great day today offensively myself. Buccaneers in a tough spot at home, Dave, to me. So what do you like here?
Yeah, Steve, it's a tough one for them and one that they really kind of have to have. And, being so limited with the injuries, you said it correctly. It's a really tough spot for them. I like this one, Steve, to be a candidate for the prop, the touchdown and field goal.
Yeah, because the Buccaneers might have to settle for a field goal. A couple field goals, still move the ball, right?
Right. And as bad as their defense is, Tampa Bay still finds a way to score points. So I'm not really worried about that in that regard. Are they going to be able to keep up with San Francisco, Steve? I'm not too sure. But that's the reasoning I like the prop.
Dave, your boy Eddie Pinheiro with a field goal now, 10-0. Have you listened to the first year of the show? Dave was dead set on Eddie Pinheiro prop as his play of the day.
That is true. It is very true.
But 10-0 Carolina here. Still in the first quarter, I believe, right? Or just into the second quarter?
Just into the second quarter.
Just into the second quarter.
Steven, there's another little game special here for this game real quick. Either team to score a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown in each half at 7-1. kind of caught my eye as just kind of a little fun play.
Interesting. I'm wondering how much Ricky Pearsall may start to emerge as well with no Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
Pearsall is at plus 320 for 50 yards or more. I'm going to take a shot on him on an anytime touchdown anyway, because he's an obscure, somewhat under the radar type of player. But plus 390 for Pearsall for a score. If the Niners are either having fun, killing the Buccaneers, or even in a higher scoring game, plus 390 for Pearsall is an interesting number to me.
Yeah, it is. Really good receiving numbers, actually.
All right. Next game on the board, Dave. Last of the early session. And maybe what we'll do is we'll just take a break after this. Since we have plenty of time, we're ahead of schedule. The Ant-Man wounded in action. We'll see if we can get him to tune in for a few minutes to get his best plays at least. But the Steelers and your Commanders, 2.5, 44.5. We have a watch party in the studio today with Commander and Steeler fans. Dave's going actually out of the studio for another Steeler Commander party. So they're taking us seriously around these parts. But Dave, go ahead and give the state of the union of your Washington Commanders.
Again, Steve, state of the union is good. Another big game where we need to kind of step up and jump on them early. I feel like Pittsburgh is a team where, they have a little bit of slow starts, it seems. So maybe we can jump on them. Defense is certainly starting to come around, it seems. A really good trade pickup with Marshawn Lattimore coming to town now. He won't play today, but he should be in action next week, Steve, and that really helps, getting a lockdown corner to solidify that defense. And it seems, that we are moving in the right direction, 7-2. Steve, you find a way to go 8-2 today. Things are looking even better. So a lot of optimism here with Washington, and it's going to be a big test today. And I think this game could come down to who has the ball last, Steve.
I'm going to rewind to our 2 touchdown score, Dave, and throw Pearsall on there for 2.
All right.
For San Fran. 40-1 odds for him for 2 scores. In fact, I don't think I went over all the 2 touchdown scores for that one. So let's just revisit that for a hair of a minute. McCaffrey plus 240, Kittle 10-1, Debo 12-1, Otten 14-1, Rashad White 14-1, Irving 13-1, Jennings 24-1, Jordan Mason 19-1. Don't play Jordan Mason. It's going to be McCaffrey mainly. Trey Palmer 30-1 is a nice number. If you think the Buccaneers are going to get on the board here, Raheem Jarrett 44-1 is interesting as well. In your game, Dave, do you see points in this?
You know what, Steve? I don't know that we're going to see as many points as we're thinking.
Yeah,
here.
why do I think it's going to be 23-20?
I'm really glad you brought that up because that was a point that I wanted to make in this one. Over under at 45. I think you're right there. I mean, it'll be close, Steve, but I really don't think that we're going to see as much as we think.
Right. Maybe field goals in this game as well.
Maybe a candidate for the prop as well.
Maybe a candidate for the prop as well. All right. To me, this is a fun game. I'm going to probably stray away from most of the props here. I'm kind of just scared. Proceeding with caution is what I'm trying to do today, really. I do think I like Najee minus 105. We don't have Robinson Jr., right?
No Robinson today.
So is McNichols going to get back into the act here?
It's McNichols, and here we go with Rodriguez Jr., Chris Rodriguez Jr. that I was talking about.
Yeah, so pay attention to him.
I didn't see any props for him, but he is listed anytime at plus 320, and he could be a sneaky goal line option.
All right. Pickens is at plus 175. Eckler's even money. Scary Terry is at plus 135. Jaden Daniels plus 160. Noah Brown plus 310. Del Grande like the Jaden Daniels under rushing yards today. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Steve. I mean, that's one of the better defenses in the league over there with Pittsburgh. So I could see the front or the linebackers there trying to put him in contain. So yeah, Steve, I could see that. The reasoning why I could understand.
44.5 is the total there. Jalen Warren 31.5. Russell Wilson 14.5. Eckler 44.5. Najee Harris is at 66.5 for the rushing numbers. Quarterback passing wise here. Baseline for Daniels, 222.5. Russell Wilson, 208.5, which that seems a little low to me. But it could be Najee again all day. Russell Wilson for 250 yards or more is at plus 250. Jaden Daniels for a nice payout for him today. 275 yards is at plus 320 for him. I would love this to be an up and down fun game. I really, really would. I just don't think it's going to get that kind of traction. This could be one of those sneaky all under games, like we said, man. All under games.
It really could be.
Where all these props are limited. Just be a little careful out there today, guys. Don't go super greedy on things. Perhaps. We're wrong. Hey, we can't say that. Let's see here. Receiver yards, Pickens 65.5, McLaurin 57.5, Noah Brown 38.5. Noah Brown's trending up too. I gotta say
absolutely.
That. Austin Eckler 27.5, Zach Ertz 29.5, Najee Harris 10.5, Jalen Warren 13.5, Calvin Austin the third 21.5 is an interesting player as well. Freiermuth 24.5, Zacchaeus 15.5, a low number for him, right?
Absolutely.
And we have Zacchaeus alternate receiving yards, 50 yards is at plus 630. Interesting. So I'm going to notate that.
And I want to note with the McLaurin yards, I know he's going up against a good defense, but every time that I've played,
he's better than the defender.
And I've played it at 50 or 60 to get a even or slightly plus number out of it. Steve, he's gotten it most of the time in the first half. So his yards have actually been a good play. So I think you could just because of the record with him getting his yards. You could consider that play as well.
Jalen Warren's always a good threat to receive the ball as well. I'm going to take a look at some Jalen Warren receiving yards as well. For 40 yards for Jalen Warren today is at plus 630. So that's a good number. Calvin Austin, the third, to get 50 yards for him is at plus 360. So in a game that could still be limited by points, there are definitely some lower numbers here that you can take advantage of in the receiving game, I think, with some of these guys. I'm going to have to play the Zacchaeus.
Yeah, that should be – you got to play that. I'm going to play that
just because the payouts so good. And when are we going to get McCaffrey to show up?
Right.
How about that, Dave? You need any insight into that at all?
Steve, it's hard to say, maybe we save him for the Dallas game and he comes out of nowhere. I could kind of see that.
Right.
But yeah, Steve, it's just been it's been tough, especially with the receivers in front of him who have been trustworthy in a sense. So he's been limited for sure. So I think we need to maybe find a better spot.
The Giants were driving 4 points. I'm not sure what they did, but Carolina has the ball back. So no points on the board still for the Giants. They trail 10-0 against the Panthers second quarter. 2 touchdown scorers in the Pittsburgh-Washington game. 6-1 for Harris, Eckler plus 650, McLaurin plus 950, Jaden Daniels 11-1, George Pickens 13-1, McNichols 26-1, Rodriguez Jr. 26-1, Jalen Warren 31-1, Zach Ertz 33-1. Noah Brown, 33-1. Freiermuth, 36-1. Mike Williams, 50-1. Calvin Austin III, 55-1. There are some interesting ones here, Dave. I don't want to put a Steeler on your ticket and make you have to root for that. But why don't we just take Scary Terry? Why not at plus 950?
I was just about to say that because I have the same number, and I think, I could see it.
Right. So right now, our touchdown madness, 2 touchdown scorers tickets are this. Let me actually rotate another ticket on the screen here so you guys have some more stuff to look at. I just got to remember to get back to do this in a few minutes. 2 touchdown madness today of all long shots. If you hit 2 of these, you're going to get a great little payout. So Gabe Davis at 60-1, Mac Hollins at 60-1, Drake May at 33-1, Cortland Sutton at 33-1, DeAndre Hopkins at 11-1, Foster Moreau at 85-1, Ricky Pearsall at 40-1, Terry McLaurin at plus 950. If we do all those for, let's see, if I do 25 cents, that's going to be like a $20 bet here altogether. And if we get, again, it's about $500 on the average if we get 2 of them. And then if we get 3 of them, then we're going to get a ridiculous payout, Dave. Let's see here. Just about $20,000 anyway, $18,000 somewhere in there. If you end up getting 4 of them, I mean, you're really hitting the home run here.
Yeah.
You're going to get about $50,000 or so if somehow 4 of these guys come through. 5 of them would be ridiculous on the payout. So that is the touchdown madness. Again, if you have a pen and paper, I'll give you the old 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gabe Davis, Mac Hollins, Drake May, Cortland Sutton, DeAndre Hopkins, Foster Moreau, Ricky Pearsall, and Terry McLaurin. You only need 10 cents to do it on each leg, guys. So you can really make this about a $5 bet overall and still get a great payout at the end of the day. So that is your touchdown madness for 1 o'clock. All right. I should go ahead and maybe make this bet so we can clear the ticket here. And I know that's exciting radio. Dave, any final thoughts on the early slate of games?
No, Steve. It's I think it's going to be interesting. Some matchups here. That Bills and Colts game, I think is going to be a sneaky over. I just have a feeling about that one. They're going to be chucking it around the yard there. So that's a decent slate anyway, Steve.
All right. Let's see. Adding funds to the old account here. Bank transaction podcasting. Dave, always fun. And I just need to clear this ticket.
Somebody just got carted off the field.
Oh, it looks like a Carolina Panther.
It's Sanders. Number 6. I believe that's Miles.
That's Miles, the 7th highest paid. Did you know this trivia question, Dave? I asked it to Del Grande. So Chuba Hubbard is the 6th highest paid running back now after his contract signing Friday. The 7th highest paid running back is Miles Sanders.
Wow. And
they drafted Brooks. So what does that tell you about Carolina?
Right.
They have all that money tied up in running backs, and they drafted one.
Yeah. That's a head scratcher.
All right. So my touchdown madness ticket is official, and we'll clear the slate with these guys. All right. Let's go ahead and do a break, Dave, since we have the time.
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
Stretch the old legs. We'll queue up some pie tasters. Let's see how long this commercial break is. As I queue it up, it'll give me an idea when we can come back into the studio. We're back in a few minutes, put it that way. So hang in there. We'll get to the rest of the slate. We have 3 4 o'clock games. We have the night games. Go get a shot. Go get your beer. More tickets to come here in just a few minutes. This is the round robin. I am Stephen Murray, nephew Dave sitting aside. We'll be right back after this.
Take it easy,
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never feel about I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on your. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
All right, this is the round robin. I am Stephen Murray, nephew Dave, and as well, let's get to the later slate of games. If you're tuning in this morning, and I see a lot of viewers out there. Thank you for catching us. I feel like the show is getting better every week. And now in our third season, this is what we do. We find the minimal investments to make the maximum profits here on the program. So closing line value is not something we know about here, David.
We like to move the lines like crazy people.
Like crazy people. Exactly. Let's see here. 10-0 Panthers over the Giants. Just about 8 minutes left until halftime. All right. Chargers and the Titans. Chargers are minus 7.5, 38.5. Dave Del Grande loves him some Dobbins today. How could you not?
Yeah.
The Chargers keep a game plan simple. Although Herbert's been throwing for 250 yards or more now in 4 straight games. I've been keeping track of that, playing some Herbert numbers to some success. So don't be shocked on the low hanger numbers here. Let's see what we have receiving wise and the passing wise. We'll start there. We do have Will Levis back for Tennessee. He is, don't tell me this is off the board or we're having issues with the book. Here we go. All right. Herbert 230.5, Levis at 186.5. Passing touchdowns for Herbert for 3 is at plus 540. 3 touchdowns for Levis is at, 2 touchdowns gets you plus 390. So that's a good payout if you want to take a shot there. Levis for 250 yards or more is at plus 450. He's a bad quarterback. He's 250 yards for Herbert is at plus 152. What are the low hanger receiver numbers here for the Chargers? That's what I would be interested in. Let's see. Dobbins is at 13.5. How about some Dobbins receive yards, Dave? Can you get on board with that?
I can see that. I can see it.
So let me mark Dobbins on a receiver yards for a running back, one of our specialties. We'll have to throw him on a ticket somewhere. The other one that I really liked, and Dobbins, do I get Dobbins on an alt number? Yeah, I do. Dobbins for 25 yards is at plus 245. And how about our man, Nick Westbrook-Akine? Now the number one option for Tennessee. He is at a baseline today of 25.5 yards.
Interesting.
Yep. So Westbrook-Akine, who's got touchdowns in 4 straight weeks now. We've cashed on 2 of them. Even nephew Dave cashed on one of them, I believe, right?
Yep.
25.5 is his baseline. Disley, 23.5 is low. Josh Palmer, 27.5 is low. Quentin Johnston, a home run hitter, 36.5 is a low. Ladd McConkey, 54.5. Ridley's 50.5. Okunakwo, who had a good game last week for Tennessee, 20.5. So there are some good numbers out there. Pollard, who had a beast game last week, you got to figure he's going to be involved in the receive game a little bit. 14.5 for Pollard is his baseline receiving number. Let's see here. Pollard for 25 yards is at plus 225. So just him and Dobbins to get 25 each if you just want those 2 guys together, is 8-1. That's not the worst thing in the world.
Not at all.
If you want an easy peasy running back receiving prop list, you win that by the end of the first quarter, to be honest. Let's see. Touchdown scorers in this game. Dobbins minus 115, Pollard plus 175, McConkey plus 195, Edwards plus 230, Johnston plus 310, Ridley plus 340, Herbert plus 390, Tajay Spears plus 420, Josh Palmer plus 420, Disley plus 470, Vidal plus 550. Nick Westbrook-Akine, 6-1 for a touchdown today, Dave, is going to be on a ticket somewhere.
It kind of has to be, right?
It has to be. And we'll start another 2-touchdown madness ticket here. And I'll get to those numbers in a second. But, Dave, what are your thoughts here?
Steve, not too much here. Like I said, I have the Chargers as my survivor. So I may just kind of sit back and just kind of hope for the Chargers win. But if we're going to look at somebody touchdown and prop-wise, I think we should give a good look to Quentin Johnston, plus 265 anytime, 25-1 for 2. And I think you really only have to go to 50 or so yards to get a good number for him. You know, you can always push the limit a little bit and go to 60, maybe 70. But I think he's the guy we look at today. I would take his yards to 50 and an anytime score for sure.
And to have a 30-yard reception, he's at plus 300. I think that's a fair number too.
Absolutely.
Because he is one of those home run hitter type of players as well. For the 2-touchdown madness, and you know what? We'll go ahead and throw Quentin Johnston on there, and we'll go ahead and throw Nick Westbrook-Akine on there as our dual threat 4:00 game. Westbrook-Akine for 2 touchdowns is at 70-1 odds. So we'll throw that on there. Incredible. And then Quentin Johnston for 2 touchdowns today is at 29-1. So that's a good start to our touchdown madness 4:00. Other 2-touchdown scorers, Dobbins plus 550, Pollard 12-1, McConkey 16-1, Edwards 20-1, Ridley 35-1, Herbert 37-1, Tajay Spears, where has he been? 41-1, Joshua Palmer 48-1, Disley 55-1. Disley's going to get 2 touchdowns at some point. I'm going to tell you that right now. He might even be worth just a $5 play solo when it gets to that point in time. Where's Tyler Boyd been? 130-1 for 2 touchdowns for him. DJ Shark 130-1 as well. All right. Any other thoughts here, David?
No, I do like the Dobbins angles.
This could be a boring game.
It really could be. You got to figure the Tennessee defense is at least, decent. So is LA. This game could be a flat out under.
Yeah, yep. 38.5 is the total there. The Jets are in Arizona. They moved from an underdog to a favorite. They're laying 1.5. If you want to take the Jets, just take them on the money line, -132. Don't lay 1.5. The total's 46.5. The Cardinals have been a nice feisty team, Dave.
Yes.
They beat Miami. They beat the Bears back-to-back weeks now. They are first place in their division. The Jets are just trying to gasp for life, let's just say, after winning uglily against the Texans 2 Thursdays ago. But let's see if Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams can get a little bit more chemistry together this afternoon at 4:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll let you start on this game. What are your thoughts here, Jets-Cardinals?
Steve, I like the Cardinals to pull out the upset here. I don't know. Like you said, the Jets, the only reason I think you could probably go with them is, they're one of those teams where they have to have these games now. And they, they think they're going into the easier stretch. But I'm not so sure here with Arizona, Steve. They're feisty, and they come to play too. So I don't know, Steve. Give me some Harrison. I have him on my fantasy. This is a game that I had not looked at too much. But I like McBride. He's on my fantasy as well. 60+ for him is maybe where you could land. Only 50+ for Harrison Jr., I think, is fair. That's at even money. So that's probably where I would look. Maybe a little bit of Arizona prop love here.
Arizona team points 22.5 is actually an attractive number to me to take over in this game. Let's see here. Passing yards on this one. And your thoughts on Harrison and McBride, Dave. Del Grande loves both of those guys for a 30-yard catch. If you want to add them to the Quentin Johnston list.
Oh, yeah.
30-yard receivers. He likes I don't think Harrison gets as much separation. I would be more inclined to take McBride in that role.
Right.
Than maybe someone like Debo who breaks tackles for a 30-yarder as well instead of Harrison. But I'm going to look at a few 30-yard catch guys today. And I'm going to throw at least McBride and Quentin Johnston on there as well. Receiving prop-wise altogether here, Garrett Wilson, 72.5. Devontae, 71.5. Harrison Jr., 44.5. McBride, 52.5. Breece Hall, 29.5. Michael Wilson is 27.5. James Conner, 13.5. Give me some James Conner receiving yards over in this game, Dave.
I could definitely see that.
25 yards for him is at plus 245. I love playing Conner on his receive yards. He does pretty good in that aspect. Let's see here. Del Grande thinks McBride's going to have a big day. 70 yards for him is at plus 198. Harrison Jr., you're going to have to climb to 100 yards or more to get a nice payout. Actually, not really. 70 yards is at plus 250. 100 yards for Harrison Jr. is at plus 730 today. I think this could be an over game. This could be a points game. We don't see it from Arizona much. In fact, they've been playing under type of games. But just like you said, the desperate nature of the Jets just might make this an over kind of shootout fun type of game if the Cardinals are able to sustain offense. And Rodgers, kind of finds a little bit more of that fountain of youth.
Right.
Greg Dortch, 12.5 receiving yards is low to me, right?
Oh, how do you not play that?
Conklin, 23.5. I think I'm kind of off his train. He's kind of faded away on me. But I do like James Conner, 13.5 as well. Rushing prop wise, Conner, 76.5. Breece Hall, 65.5. Braylon Allen, 18.5. Kyler Murray, 29.5. If we look at the passing props for the quarterbacks, 201.5 for Kyler Murray, 248.5 for Rodgers. Rodgers 3 touchdown passes, which he should be able to get, plus 360. Kyler Murray for 3 touchdown passes is that plus 680. That's kind of interesting, actually, in a way. That's a big payout for 3 touchdowns for Kyler, plus 680. If this is going to be an over game, I could see that potentially for sure. And then the touchdown scorers for this game. Breece Hall minus 165, Connor minus 105, Devontae plus 115, Garrett Wilson plus 130, Harrison Jr. plus 180, McBride 220, Kyler Murray plus 230, Michael Wilson plus 410, Braylon Allen plus 450. And then 2 touchdown wise, Dortch is a good number 2 for a touchdown. He's at plus 700, 7-1.
Oh, wow.
2 touchdowns, Breece Hall plus 380, Connor 6-1, Devontae Adams 8-1, Garrett Wilson 9-1, Harrison Jr. 15-1, McBride is at 18-1. Let's throw McBride on the touchdown match.
All right.
Michael Wilson 47-1, Braylon Allen 39-1, Kyler Murray 19-1, Coughlin is 75-1. All right, anything else on this one, Dave?
No, Steve. I do like your angle of the over. I could certainly see it.
Let's see if we can get the Ant-Man to call in for just 5 minutes here. As you can, again, enthralling radio, would I have to text or look for sportsbook numbers or whatever?
Trying to find something else here with Arizona, but I just cannot find it. No real good game specials.
All right. Well, we'll move on then. How about that? Eagles, Cowboys, Dave. I'll let you start with this. This is your NFC East battle of the day. So what do you like in this game?
Steve, I think this one, I think you're wide open Philadelphia prop-wise. Dallas's defense is just not very good.
Yeah.
They can't really stop the run. They do have Cooper Rush in there. Dak goes out for the season, so he'll have the helm the rest of the way. And they were at least, they were doing well when he was in there. If you remember when he replaced Dak on another injury, they had a good record and he played well. So maybe that gets us over here, over 43.5. Steve, I could probably see that here with Philadelphia getting most of it. Dallas just needs to help a little bit. But Dallas kind of a wounded animal in itself as well. So, Steve, I love pretty much anything Philly here.
All right, touchdown scores in this one, minus 175 for Barkley. Hurts is at plus 105. Either one of those guys is always a threat to get 2 touchdowns.
Yep.
Let's be honest. A.J. Brown plus 155. Rico Dowdle plus 160. C.D. Lamb 2-1 today. That's actually not the worst number, but I'm about done with Lamb.
No kidding.
Devontae Smith plus 220. Ezekiel Elliott plus 330. Dalvin Cook plus 330. I'll tell you what, if you see Trey Lance in the game, look for an anytime touchdown for him. He's not on the board now, but if he does get in this game, Trey Lance, he's definitely a threat to run the ball in for Dallas at some point. Dalvin Cook plus 330. Mentioned him. Dallas Goddard plus 360. Ferguson plus 360. Tolbert is at 5-1. Philly defense is an interesting one today at plus 600. I would be inclined to put Cooper Rush on an interception ticket.
I was just about to ask if that's going to be the case. Do we put him down there?
The only one I have so far is Mac Jones. But I think we can throw Levis on there, right?
Yeah, we can throw Levis on there.
We can throw on Cooper Rush. We have Mac Jones. The other guys at, let's see, who else can we look at the master schedule? Just rewinding to our pickoff tickets.
So we got Jones, Rush, and Levis so far on the interception.
I think you could probably put Derek Carr on there.
Carr, all right.
I could see him throwing a pick today. And then, you know what? I mean, I hate to say it, but you could probably throw Mayfield on there.
Oh, yeah.
Gunslinging the ball all day against the 49ers trying to play catch-up. All right, so I like your theory on the green light for the Eagles. Dallas is a play against to me. They're an auto fade at this moment in time. The passing wise, Cooper Rush 207.5, Jalen Hurts 216.5 for 3 touchdowns. For Hurts is at 7-1. Cooper Rush is at 9-1. The passing yards for Hurts for 250 or more is at plus 220. Cooper Rush 260 for 250 yards or more for him. The lower hanging receiver numbers again. Do we see anything here? Kavontae Turpin at 17.5, Goddard 30.5, Dowdle 18.5, Barkley 14.5. I can see Barkley on some receive yards today.
Right.
So I'll put him down with the other running back receivers I like today. Saquon Barkley. We're going to get a nice number on him. I would even take him up to 40 potentially if they're going to give me a number for it. I see plus 220 right now just for 25 or more. You're bound to get more odds popping on the board later today for him. CD Lamb baseline is at 64.5. You'll never see it get lower than that. 70.5 for A.J. Brown. Devontae Smith having a nice season, especially as of late. 51.5 of him. You make a case he's offensive player of the month of the end of October, beginning of November. If you could cut the months in half, Dave.
Right.
Back end and front end. So nothing Dallas for me on this one.
No.
I'll go ahead and stick with some Barkley receiver yards. And then after that is feast or famine, really.
Not a very appetizing menu there in that game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more inclined to stay away from it more than I am to play it.
Right.
I'll say that. All right. I'm going to play this game tonight because I like all the Detroit guys. And I do like Houston guys as well. But Houston is probably outclassed to me to Detroit today. Minus 3.5 for the Lions, over under 49.5. Give me the Lions team points anyway today. And I haven't come up with a super lock of the week yet. The one bet, if you just want to bet 1,000 to win 1,000, I'll come down on this as we go through the menu when we do our picks at the end. I'll give you that play. But the Lions could qualify for that today. I'm not a fan of the 3.5. I like the fact that Nico Collins is back for Houston, but how effective will he be? Joe Mixon is at minus 160. He's as reliable as it gets for a touchdown. Montgomery minus 130. Montgomery's as reliable as it gets for a touchdown. And Gibbs minus 120, who's as reliable as it gets for a touchdown himself. St. Brown has been coming on hot as well, talking about guys getting hot at the right time. Devontae Smith. St. Brown has been nice. In fact, that could be a good 2-touchdown ticket with St. Brown and Devontae Smith. In fact, that's what we'll do. I need to rewind and put 2-touchdown score on this ticket from the Dallas game, and we're going to go ahead and throw on Devontae Smith on it. And then for touchdown madness at the 4 o'clocks. And then also, I hate how this keeps, again, the problem with this book is they want you to come all the way back to the Giants-Carolina game. No one wants to bet on this game anymore. They're running for goals on this. And which now Daniel Jones, we should have him on the interception list because he just threw one. Devontae Smith for 2 touchdowns today. Please, can we just get this up? Is that 21-1? That's good enough for 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time touchdown madness. And then on the Eagles side, well, that was the Eagles side. On the Lions side, let's throw St. Brown on there. Why not? For 2.
Yeah, I'm with that.
St. Brown for 2 is at 8-1. He can be our ringer. And that will round out the ticket for the day at 4 p.m. 2 touchdown scores. Other 2 touchdown scores, Mixon plus 330, Montgomery plus 460, Gibbs 5-1, Dell plus 850, Nico plus 850, Jamison Williams 19-1, Laporta Potties 24-1, Dalton Schultz 25-1, Robert Woods 46-1, Xavier Hutchinson 50-1, John Mechie III 65-1. The C.J. Stroud rush yards is going to be another interesting one. This is the one quarterback rush guy I want to look at here. Stroud is at 15.5. And remember, I had him for 40 yards in that Thursday night game, and he got there at a big payout. C.J. Stroud rushing yards today is at 8-1 for 40 yards. 50 yards is at 14-1. I might have to take a stab at that for the night game as well. because the Lions are a team that can put pressure on you and make you scramble a little bit. And it's not like the Texans are fully healthy here, the receivers. You might see a little bit of scrambling extra by C.J. Stroud as well. Dave, what do you like in this game?
I like a lot here, Steve. I mean, they get Nico Collins back today. So there's just prop galore here.
Yeah, I think it's a green light for most everybody.
Yeah, it's one of those games, and we have usually a couple each week where you get to it, and it's really just a green light for kind of everything. Gibbs, Mixon. I mean, you got St. Brown, Collins. You take any number of those guys to score, they're going to get good numbers. I would probably even take an over here. We know how Detroit can score if Houston can help out just a little bit, Steve, which I feel like they can now. You bring back a guy like Nico Collins, and it kind of, maybe opens things up a little more. So that's definitely good for them. 49.5. I think we could push that just a little bit. Also, Steve, I could see Detroit by, anywhere from 5.5 to 9.5, really, too, if we want to play with the spread. So I think there's just a lot of options here. You got to kind of pick and choose what you like, Steve, but there's a plethora of options here.
Dave, who doesn't like a $7.10 bet to win $1,060,000 here? And that's the case of the late game touchdown madness here, where we have, let's see here. Of course, I'll close it out. Now I got to scroll. Let's see. Chuba Hubbard, 25 receiving yards. He has 11 receiving yards already. I need him for 25, so that's a good start there.
There you go.
For him. Tyrone Tracy doesn't have anything going on, unfortunately.
That's starting to be a one to maybe back off of a little bit.
Look at Carolina going for it on 4th and 5. Nick Westbrook-Akine for 2 touchdowns. Quentin Johnston for 2 touchdowns. Trey McBride for 2 touchdowns. Devontae Smith for 2 touchdowns. Amon-Ra St. Brown for 2 touchdowns. Your average 3-game parlay will pay $4,000 on that. And if you just do 25 cents for the twos, you'll get $100 back off of that. So put 50 cents down if you want a couple $100. Is the moral of that story. Yeah, Dave, I think it's a full green light for everyone in this Lions game. Let me go over a couple more numbers with it. We got to look, of course, it's these 2 quarterbacks. We got to definitely look at those. So Stroud is at 237.5. Goff is at 230.5. Both of these guys can go over that total today. 300 yards for Stroud is at plus 410. That's a great number for him. 300 yards for Jared Goff is at plus 520. That's a great number for him as well. 3 touchdowns for Goff is at plus 340. 3 for Stroud is at plus 440. And we'll take a Stroud rushing prop all over as well. And that Stroud rush number playing with like the Zacharias number.
Yep, absolutely.
Playing with some of these other lower guys that we have jotted down. Jalen Warrens of the world, stuff like that. Even the Josh Allen rushing yards. Those are all be good parlays to put together. All right, and we have one final game, the Monday night game. Dave, is this a green light fest for you, Rams and Dolphins?
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. I actually do like this game. I like to favor the Rams here. Maybe they're trying to get it together a little bit. Money line's minus 125. I wouldn't be scared of that. The over, if the Dolphins can get going a little bit, I think is also very achievable, 48.5. And the Rams minus 1.5. I think you could push that to another 5.5. I like the Rams in this game, Steve, and I think we could see a bunch of points.
All right, yeah, I think we can go any number of ways.
It's green light.
Yeah, I mean, I love some DeMarcus Robinson if you listen to this show, so he'll be on a ticket. Let's let today sink in. Hopefully we get a nice winner, and then we can play around all we want on this Monday night game, and hope we're not trying to catch up. But it is a good catch-up game if we need it.
Oh, absolutely.
For today. Although we don't need it because we won Thursday. So we're good. All right. I'll just go over the 2 touchdown scorers. I mean, obviously, we have all day tomorrow to mess around with this. But Kyron's plus 280, Achance plus 500, Waddle plus 750, Cooper Kupp plus 950, Puka Nacua 11-1, Mostert 13-1. That's not a bad one for tomorrow. Jonnu Smith 24-1, DeMarcus Robinson 26-1 for him. And if you're out there listening and you just woke up and you've been sleeping in all morning, whether you've been watching this Carolina Giants game or not, you've been falling asleep because this is a bad football game. 10-0. Is this the man?
This was the worst. This is the worst game I've ever seen.
Anthony joins the program. Good morning, Anthony. How are you? Yep, the crowd is booing for this game.
You guys are gonna do all the heavy lifting today. Anthony's a little not feeling the hottest.
Well, the good news is for you, Anthony, is we've already gone through the whole list of games, so we're good to go.
That's perfect.
But what are your best plays for the day? Just give us those.
Well, I do like that crazy tight end Gronk spike play today.
Yes, I meant to play it. Yes, Foster Moreau, right?
Foster Moreau, George Kittle, and was it Hawkinson?
And Hawkinson, all for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Some of the other plays I like. I mean, I do like everyone on Minnesota. I could see Aaron Jones slip in the end zone. I could see Hawkinson, Jefferson, and Aaron Jones all getting in. The Eagles, they play the Cowboys today, right?
Yep.
Dallas sucks against the run. I know we've been missing on the Barkley 2-touchdown score, but I think if I'm going to throw a 2-touchdown score and I know the odds probably aren't the best, but I'm going to throw Barkley in there. I might actually do Barkley and Kittle.
Barkley and Kittle for 2 together? That's an interesting play.
I don't mind that one. Oh, by the way, just real quick, were you guys listening to the Giants game at all?
No.
Oh, there's a call. Sean Hockley, Ed Hockley's son. He actually did a call. Remember, they're in Munich today, Munich, Germany.
Yeah.
And he actually did the call in German.
Oh, did he really? That is pretty cool.
Oh, that is cool.
It was awesome. That was probably the most exciting thing that's happened in this game.
The German referee call. That's funny.
It was awesome. Like I said, I haven't done much. I've just been nursing more Terraflu and Mucinex the past couple of days. I haven't really had a chance to look much. But this Patriots Chicago game, what have you guys talked about with that one?
You know what? Everyone thinks it's an under game. I'm going to give it a shot to go over. And there's a lot of low-hanging numbers in this game that you can try to take advantage of at big payouts.
There are. I mean, Chicago's been underwhelming. I mean, obviously New England, of course, as well. But there's been a lot of nonsense going on in the locker room with the Bears about how the team is. What's his name? Eberflus has lost the locker room, and you got DJ Moore saying negative things in the locker room as well. If I'm going to go on a random Bear touchdown score, I'm going to add DJ Moore to that list.
Interesting. Going against the grain. I love it. DJ Moore for 2 touchdowns today. After I bitch him in fantasy for actually, I might have to put him back in because we don't have Amari Cooper. So I need to take a look at that myself.
Yeah. And it's funny you bring up Amari Cooper. I don't believe Coleman's going to play. I don't believe there's no Coleman, and I don't think Amari Cooper's in as well. And a lot of folks are shifting to maybe the Dalton Kincaid train or Josh Allen, the rest or 2. But if I'm going to throw anyone in, I'm going to go back to James Cook. Indy is featured against the run as well. I believe this game is in Indy.
Yep.
So they're in the Dome. This could be a big James Cook spike week.
How about Ray Davis for 20 yards?
Does he have any receiving props?
He does not, unfortunately.
No.
Let me see if he's come on.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Dave, can you find Ray Davis on Buffalo for receiving yards?
All right.
Let's see if you get it on your book. On my book, he is off the board. I think you looked actually earlier. It's the guy we looked at earlier.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yep. And negative.
Yeah, but I like him for
Not
20.
even a baseline.
How about Josh Allen for his low rushing yards today? 24.5. Anthony.
Oh God, Dave, am I infecting you over the phone?
No.
You're coughing now. Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, I might take Josh Allen. I'll probably just stick with his base.
He'd be an interesting one to put in
maybe
the switchblade bet to run, pass, rushing yards, passing yards, and a touchdown with a Drake May. Aaron Jones, Josh Allen, Drake May switchblade bet. The switchblade being all kinds of I guess that's not the right way. It's the Letterman bet, right? The multi-tool.
Yeah,
where you have 3 or 4 tools you can use on your
Swiss Army knife.
Swiss Army knife. Yes, there you go. Swiss Army knife. Not the switchblade.
I've been for it. I'm definitely in for it. Like I said, you guys are driving this. I'm just throwing out the little trinkets I can think of on the top of my head.
Another under the radar one, Anthony. Just take a look at Zacchaeus for Washington is like 13.5 for his receive yards today.
I mean, all he needs is that one catch. That's all. Literally, that's all. That's probably all he's going to get too. One catch, but that one catch could go for 50.
Yeah, you get 60 yards. So beware of that. And I do like that call with the Bears and the Patriots. That gives me more faith in that line of thinking with all the low numbers on that game. All right, let's put on the most popular. Actually, let's do this. Your couple of games, Dave, that most likely candidates for overtime today.
Oh, a little overtime. Let's go with. All right, we're gonna take the Bills and Colts. I'll go with that one, and then somehow, some way, because it's a divisional game, Atlanta and New Orleans.
Anthony, do you have an overtime close game?
It's funny. I actually agree with that Buffalo game because the line's 3.5.
Yep.
That is Indy's not. I mean, Indy looked terrible against Minnesota, and I know that they have. I believe Flacco's going to be playing, and I know Buffalo's down a couple of weapons. So this game, I mean, if the line is still 3.5 and it hasn't moved, then you're looking at a possible field goal game, and that's a solid candidate for overtime. I don't know about this Atlanta and Saints game. I have no clue. London's going to play, but he's a little dinged up. It's supposed to be Bijan. But the Saints are just, that team is just falling apart. I don't know if I'll go back to the Taysom Hill well, but I could just see a bunch of weird happening in that Falcons Saints game. So sure, Dave. Are you parlaying it?
Well, I don't know.
Overtime's bad. Yeah, you can parlay overtime.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, why not put $2 on both teams to get overtime? I wonder what those odds are going to be.
Yeah. We're going to take a look at it for sure. I got a correct score today, Anthony. Of I'm going to put $3 to win $195. Chiefs 24, Broncos 17.
Oh God, that sounds. Yeah, I think the line's 7, right?
Yeah, 7.5 exactly, and it's 41.5.
There. Okay, I'm gonna do that too. That sounds just too predictable.
The overtime game for me, give me the Jets and the Cardinals for an overtime game. I could see that.
That's a good call.
They're playing in Arizona. Jets actually finally got a win, barely, but they did finally get a win. Who did Arizona play last week? Did they win or not?
The Bears lost to Arizona. Is that what we're talking about? Sorry.
Arizona did win. Yep.
And they're coming off a win as well. I'm hoping for fireworks. Let's see if the Jets can actually put something together now that they got rid of Mike Williams, who, by the way, is playing in Pittsburgh today.
I think he helps out Pickens. I think he helps him out a little bit, honestly.
I think he does too.
In fact, he has low-hanging numbers as well.
They don't have the 2.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't have a number 2. Pittsburgh doesn't have a number 2 anymore, or they never really did.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Well, Rodgers clearly didn't like Mike Williams. That's why he kicked him out.
Yeah, he's a trash.
So maybe
Aaron Rodgers trash. Now he's Russell Wilson's treasure.
Exactly.
There we go. We haven't done a Russell Wilson screaming button
There
all
we
year.
go.
We've done it in the previous seasons, but there it is.
All
right.
My Steelers against your Commanders, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Patriots, Bears overtime potentially as well. I'll say that. All right, let's cue up the most popular sounder in all of 2 touchdown sports worlds. That is our 2 touchdown scorer sounder for today. We'll get it going here. Who can score 2 touchdowns today? The list has been very, very long this season of 2 touchdown scorers. Happens every week. Plenty of them.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Give me 2.5 and a Ric Flair. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah. Give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers.
That's a great sounder. I love it.
It really is.
I love it.
That's awesome.
All right.
God fucking damn it.
Let's see here. I have Tyrone Tracy for 2 touchdowns. That looks abysmal at this point. Other 2 touchdown scorers for me today. Again, me and Anthony discussed this. We discussed it on the show. This could be the weird week. Look, we got Carolina 10, Giants nothing. So don't be surprised if we see some of these type of scores as we go through the afternoon. Give me a shot with Drake May for 2 touchdowns today. Give me a shot for Josh Allen for 2 touchdowns today. Give me good old Justin Jefferson for 2 touchdowns today. Go ahead and give me DeAndre Hopkins for 2 touchdowns today. Go ahead and give me a nice under-the-radar play of Ricky Pearsall for 2 touchdowns today for the 49ers. And then I'll also take 2 touchdowns for Dobbins. I'll take 2 touchdowns for McBride. And I'm going to jump on the Devontae Smith train while it's hot. Give me 2 touchdowns for Devontae Smith today. And then let's put our man Amon-Ra St. Brown back in the end zone with 2 touchdowns as well. Duffy Dave, what do you got?
All right, we're going to start this list off with scary Terry McLaurin today. He's a good candidate for that. We're going to follow it up with Drake London today as well. Probably the best number on my board today, Xavier Worthy for 2. And then we're going to round it off with the Josh Allen 11-1.
All right, Anthony, you said you like DJ Moore. You like Saquon Barkley. Anybody else?
Barkley, James Cook, DJ Moore, George Kittle. Is there anybody else? I don't think so. Those are the ones that are in the top of my head. There is gonna be one. We're talking about Jefferson and Aaron Jones and Hawkinson, but has anyone brought up Jordan Addison? He has scored 2 touchdowns in the past, and all we need is for Darnold to connect with Addison, and all of us are going to say, "What the hell?"
Right.
So I'm going to have Addison in something. There's no one else I really like, but what I'm doing right now is, like I said, I'm betting that 24-17 Chiefs Broncos score. That just sounds too pure. That's all I have for you guys.
All right, best bets for you, Nephew Dave, for today.
I'm going to go with the Jacksonville under 13.5 today. I think they struggle to score. We're going to go back to the well with Worthy for 50-plus yards. Someone we didn't talk about earlier, Mason Tipton, gets involved today. He's 50-plus yards with a very nice number. We're going to go with a little Dortch receiving as well. It only takes 1 or 2 for him. And, Steve, I'm going to round everything off with a Ricky Pearsall for 40-plus yards. Going to follow you on that train.
Okay, nice. Let's see here. I'm going to take a sneaky over in the Patriots and the Bears game. I'll look for points in the Bills and the Colts game as well. But I'm going to take more of the Buffalo team total. No Amari Cooper, no Coleman, no problem for the Bills. You saw what they were able to do to the Jaguars with what they would call limited personnel as well. The Colts, to me, are the Jaguars. They're all the same. The Vikings, I think team points is a fine one this afternoon. I like your call on the Jacksonville team points under, Dave. So I might add that to the list somewhere. We'll go correct score 24-17 Kansas City over the Broncos. I'll take the 49er team points. Dave Del Grande's in San Francisco. He's convinced of it, so I'm convinced of it as well. A fun game with the Commanders and the Steelers, but I just think we get just shy of that total, so I'll be wary of that. And I think we can see an over in the Jets and the Cardinals, and I think we can see Detroit put up as many points as they want as well. The Rams, I would say, would be my lock of the week on the money line straight up. Forget the -1.5 and -130, but we'll just save that for tomorrow. I do like the Rams in that game. But if you need that $1,000 bet to win $1,000 today on a team straight up, I would take a shot, I think, just with San Francisco, minus the 6.5. I think that's probably your best bet on the board, to be honest. So lay the points with the 49ers at Tampa Bay this afternoon. Other props I will take a look at today. I got a long list of guys here. I'll just mention some of the highlights as we go along. But be aware of Dobbins rushing yards. This is Dave Del Grande's prime ticket. I'll give that out one time. He likes the 49ers over 28.5 points. He likes Hopkins for a touchdown. He likes Aaron Jones rushing over 70.5. He likes Najee Harris over 63.5 rushing. And he likes the Lions team points over 26.5. That pays 70 to 1. We'll throw on an interception ticket with Mac Jones, Will Levis, Cooper Rush, Derek Carr, and Baker Mayfield. So we'll use those 5 quarterbacks to throw a pick today. We will also take a look at the props receiving wise for James Cook, for Jonathan Taylor. Mac Hollins is a nice anytime touchdown scorer play today. He's getting a big number. He's been scoring. Look out for Ramondre Stevenson receiving yards. I wouldn't doubt if Caleb Williams and Drake Bay both have a anytime touchdown today. I like the Zacchaeus low number for his receiving yards. Jalen Warren has a nice low number for receiving yards today as well. The Gronk Spike 3 tight end touchdowns of Foster Moreau, George Kittle's, TJ Hawkinson is a nice payout as well. Let's see here. Anything else I want to mention? I need to flip through some more tickets here for you guys before we get off the program. If you're watching on the screen, there's our winner from Thursday night. See, we win, people. We're not lying. It's on the screen there. Let's see. Here's a nice ticket. I'll mention that. So I did Bills over 34.5 team points. San Francisco over 37.5 team points. The Lions over 34.5 team points. And the Patriots over 19.5 team points today. So that is a big paying ticket on those alternate team numbers for them. Look out for some Pollard receive yards as well. Look out for some Dobbins receive yards as well. I kind of like the Kyler Murray 3 touchdowns at plus 680. That's kind of an interesting number to me. Oh, and Dortch, he's another low hanger receive number. He's just at 12.5. So look for Dortch over that as well. And I think we get 30-yard receptions from McBride, Quentin Johnston, and go ahead and throw Debo on that list as well. All right, boys, any final thoughts?
That should be a good Sunday. And before we go, what do you think as the Chargers as my survivor this week?
They're playing at home in Tennessee, and right now they're looking a lot better than the survivor I felt. Because guess what I'm watching right now? Misery. It was between them and the Vikings, and well, right now I'm in regret. But Chargers at home, Tennessee stinks. I'm glad you haven't taken them yet. Honestly, that's awesome. I took them, I think, in week 4 or something like that. Hey, look at that! The Giants got a first down. We have hope. You guys are talking about Drake May and all this, some of the quarterback rushing stuff. I just threw together Josh Allen, Bo Nix, and Drake May all to get 50 rushing yards.
All right.
Interesting.
All right. I like it. All right, guys. That'll do it.
All right.
How about that? Week 10, we'll get on out of here at a good time today, 11:15 a.m. So everyone has plenty of time to get their tickets together. Do your morning chores still, run to the bank, go get your Philly steak meat. Take your biker gang out into the woods with your gasoline 2-liter bottle and stick of dynamite to try to blow up the woods. If that's your poison. Yeah.
Steve, you act like the way you said it is as if you've done this before.
Kind of what I was thinking, man.
Doesn't it sound like Steve just did this like last Wednesday?
I'm starting to wonder if that's been done before.
I don't think I'm. You know what? Not just because I'm sick, but I think I have another reason not to come over. Dave, you're taking a good day not to be with us today.
My only response to this would be this. Let's see here. If this button will play. It takes a second to click on here. Did I hit it all the way? Yeah.
Crickets.
All right, guys. That will do it for week 10. We'll go ahead and get on out of here. We'll queue up the pie tasters. We appreciate you tuning in. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network. We will be back, Nephew Dave and I, for What the Puck is Going On tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully you boys get healthier. You both sound definitely ill. So get some booze in you today, win some bets, and let's move forward in life in a good fashion. All right, guys. Good luck, everyone out there. Thank you for tuning in. This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. See you next Sunday, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.